Woodford. Dennis Woodford, a private citizen, is appearing in person. Mr. Woodford, you can begin your presentation whenever you want. You have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be here, but before I start, I'd like to commend you all for your service to the democracy of this province. This is so precious these days, and being here is evidence of our democracy in action. I thank you. I basically agree with most of what all has been said this morning or this evening. What I present here is done so with respect. My name is Dennis Woodford, as said. I'm a professional engineer. I first started work at Manitoba Hydro in 1973 in the Transmission Planning Department. Worked on Bipoles 1, Bipoles 2, and the Winnipeg Twin Cities 500 kV transmission line, which was commissioned in May 1980. In 1986, I was appointed executive director of the Manitoba HVDC Research Center, formed to back up the DC development in this province. In 2001, I left and formed an electric power system consulting company called Electronics Corporation, and I'm its president. Electronics undertakes high-level electric grid studies around the world, with developed countries moving toward renewable energy. I'm also chair of the Manitoba Energy Council, which is what came out of the Bipole 3 coalition in earlier days. My emphasis today is on, of course, the PUB and Manitoba Hydro. Now, Electronics Corporation undertakes a lot of work in the US helping electric utilities, independent system operators, developers. Each US state has a Public Utilities Commission, which is the equivalent of our Public Utilities Board for each state. I can say with confidence that I'm well qualified regarding Bill 36 on the specifically the technical side. Bill 36 appears to keep our electricity rates below inflation and does a reasonably good job. I have appeared before the PUB here quite a few times. Yet it keeps the Manitoba Hydro debt high, however. This is Bill 36. Means a high level of loan guarantees in addition to water rentals. All good for the government, but not so good for the debt load of Manitoba Hydro. In this respect, we see a conflict of interest. With all due respect to Minister Friesen, you have the Minister of Finance, also the Minister of Manitoba Hydro. This is like having the poacher becoming the gamekeeper. Please change this. Respectfully, Minister Friesen. Electrification is the energy of the future, and needs exceptional attention, such as we're beginning to see in our federal government and also in the US. But what about in the long term? As the world turns to electrification as the main source of energy, there is expectation that the need for low-cost electricity will increase much faster than most anticipated today. So how does Bill 36 help? First, Bill 36 is based on a 20th century Manitoba monopoly. The changes to electricity delivery and use will be dramatic over the next 15 years or more. Now, Ms. J. Graywall, who is the president of Manitoba Hydro, alluded to this in her September 2019 address to the Manitoba Chambers of Commerce in September 25th, 2019, where she referenced many future developments in the use of electricity. These include the term prosumer. I won't go into that. The grid today is not the grid tomorrow. These are quotes. And the shift from fossil fuel to electric-powered transportation will have wide-ranging impact to the commerce and industry in Manitoba. Those words are from President Greywall. To achieve these changes, there will be significant need for experts. Experts from inside and outside the province. For the integrated resource plan required by Bill 36 to be effective, it must be fast-acting and flexible. To propose the development of any new major facility over 20 years is dreaming in Technicolor, well, in Fantasyland, because of the rapid changes coming at us at express speed. By way of example, we have been working with the Hawaiian Electric Company, known as HECO, for many years. They are moving quickly forward to get off all shipped oil and coal for obvious reasons, and will become completely renewable in a few years. The mandate for the PUC, Public Utilities Commission, in Hawaii is from the public. Their mandate is from the public and the state government. As one of the experts for HECO, we have sat across the table from their PUC and their experts, some of which are not just from Hawaii, but from experts in the United States on the mainland. To agree on plans and developments for the clean energy electricity future for the islands for public and government approval, which the PUC there does with these ideas that they receive from the experts that they have and the experts that the utility has. It must be emphasized that the PUC in Hawaii plays a center role in moving electrification forward and quickly, and planning must be flexible. Bill 36 requires quote, the retail supply of power by persons other than Manitoba Hydro is allowed in, excuse me, in limited circumstances. Outdated provisions are repealed. This requires, end of quote, this requirement of Bill 36 goes against the Brad Wall report, which this government instigated, which states in recommendation number 1.5 to allow merchant plants, and in recommendation number 2.5, recommendation number 2.5 states will drive efficiencies and cost reduction of all such projects, including those pursued by Manitoba Hydro. Why weren't the recommendations of Brad Wall followed in Bill 36? This is the way most utilities around the world are acting and operating, all to keep electricity price competitive with their consumers. They don't have the luxury of the low price we have because, I'll just give you a bit of history. We have our earlier hydro plants up to limestone. I was told by, I was involved in that a bit, but limestone was generating, because it was so cheap, at about 2 cents a kilowatt hour. That was great. We kept our rates pretty flat for quite a while after that. And I read that the University of Manitoba School of whatever had recommended in the paper that Kiosk is generating at 12 cents a kilowatt hour, while limestone's still at 2. And this is why we're getting these big debts. Well, further to the PUB, well, I'll jump over that. I'm just going to mention that I did work for the government of California, and for their California Energy Commission for quite a while. And everything we presented had to comply with the California PUC. That's the government had to comply with the PUC of the state of California. Doesn't seem to be the way we're going here.
All right, sorry, Mr. Woodford, but that's the end of the 10 minutes that we have available to you. We're going to shift to question period. Feel free to take as long as you want on your answers, and if there's parts of your presentation you haven't mentioned yet, I think the members here would be happy to hear them as you respond. The Honourable Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Mr. Woodford. It's a pleasure to have you here this evening. We could go on for a long time. I'd love to hear more of your expertise. Wanted to ask, you've taken a different approach than many of the presenters that have presented today. You seem to suggest that the bill actually does keep rates low, but it doesn't do enough to address high debt. What would you say to those who spoke before you who say debt's very high, but it'll all get back to normal on its own?
Mr. Woodford.
Yes, I'm not sure I quite heard all that properly. Could you give me the essence again, please?
Minister Friesen.
I'll go more quickly this time, but I'll just say, sir, what would you say to those who spoke before you and suggested, yeah, debt is very high at Hydro right now, but it'll all be okay in time, and essentially it'll resolve itself, and Hydro will just keep paying down debt?
Mr. Woodford.
Thank you. If we made the transmission open access and put in competitive generation as recommended by former Premier Brad Wall, that would do one thing about it. And the other thing I would recommend is, since the government was instrumental in putting this debt in place in the first place, or the governments, that take a big chunk of that out and put it in the Treasury and let the generation in Manitoba be competitive. And I'm thinking mainly there of Kiosk and Wasquattam.
Mr. Sala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Woodford, for bringing your expertise here tonight to this committee. It's greatly appreciated. I wanted to ask you, in regards, you do have expertise in regulation. You've referenced your familiarity with a number of other jurisdictions. I'm wondering if you can comment, do you believe that our current approach to rate setting and regulation here in Manitoba is deficient in any way? Do you believe that it needs to be modified, or do you believe that it has served Manitobans well?
Mr. Woodford.
Manitobans well.
Mr. Woodford, you'll have to repeat that. Sorry.
I believe that the PUB has served Manitobans well.
Mr. Lamont with a question.
Thank you very, very much. It was a fascinating and it was a wonderful presentation. If you could expand just a little, when you were talking about the Treasury, are you suggesting that the government of Manitoba take on some of the, or either take on the Hydro's debt, which in a sense is saying that they're in a way they're putting back, or they're giving money back to Hydro that they took out? Is that, am I right am I interpreting your comments correctly?
Mr. Woodford.
Essentially, I would say yes. By government action, we formed this debt. And I think if the government wants to make competitive generation available, not at 12 cents a kilowatt hour, but somewhere down lower, they should take some of that debt away and reduce the cost of the generation, because that's causing the cost of the generation at the terminals of the generators of Kiosk and Wasquattam.
Any follow-up questions from members of the committee? All right, then I thank you very much, Mr. Woodford, for your expert testimony today. And I will now move ahead to calling the next presenter, Wendy Land. Wendy Land, private citizen, is the next presenter.
She's not here.
It appears that Wendy Land is not here, so I will add her name to the end of the presenters. We'll call her again once more before we close for the evening. Next presenter is Dudley Thompson. Dudley Thompson. Mr. Thompson is appearing in person, and we welcome you to the committee. You can present for up to 10 minutes. You have the floor.
Great. Thank you very much, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Dudley Thompson, and I'm an architect in Manitoba, and with a focus on sustainability. I'm also speaking as a member of the Sustainable Building Manitoba Committee. I'm a previous member of the Manitoba Hydro Board, having served on the board and the audit committee from 2009 to 2014 under the chairmanship of Bill Fraser. I want to start by indicating my opposition to Bill 36 and would recommend that it be withdrawn. As I understand Bill 36, there are two reasons the government gives for wanting to change the legislation. The first, they contend that the costs of independent decisions that the PUB make are too expensive, and that Manitoba would be better served by a simpler rate-setting process undertaken by Cabinet. Second, the government believes that the debt-to-equity ratio of Manitoba Hydro is too high and wants to lower this ratio by increased rate hikes to the consumer to pay down the debt. And we've heard a lot about this today so far, and I'll talk more about that later. Before I speak on these two issues, I want to talk about my personal experiences with the PUB during my appointment to the Manitoba Hydro Board of Directors and the Audit Committee. The Audit Committee had fiduciary responsibility to review the finances of this massive corporation. This was an extremely complex task, especially in the time leading to the decision to implement kiosk. As a layperson, the fiduciary responsibility for a $30 billion company and a $10 billion hydro dam were extremely stressful, complex, and full of risk. I run a small, I ran at the time a 25-person architectural firm, and this was quite a leap in my financial expertise. However, what was helpful was that there was a very comprehensive and impartial process to make this final decision on whether or not to go ahead with the dam. The decision to proceed was not to be determined around a cabinet table or in a hydro boardroom. Rather, the decision was to be made in a professional, transparent, and accountable process undertaken by the Public Utilities Board. In this process, Hydro was formally asked to present details of the proposal to public scrutiny, and the PUB was to determine approval, denial, or variance on the proposal. In June 2014, Manitoba Hydro presented their final submission entitled the Needs for and Alternatives to, the NFAT, Review of Manitoba Hydro's Preferred Development Plan. This plan had been about 2 or 3 years in process. It had taken hundreds of people to bring it to fruition. The PUB was charged with performing a thorough evaluation of the project through an extensive public hearing process. Citizens were invited to give their opinions. Experts were tasked with detailed analysis. Interveners and ratepayers were encouraged to provide their comments and concerns. Thousands of questions were asked to Manitoba Hydro, because I remember hearing many of them at the board, and months of testimony was recorded. The NFAT report was reviewed by dozens of independent interveners in a highly evidence-based and transparent format under the mandate of the PUB. At the end of the day, the PUB made the decision to allow Manitoba Hydro to proceed with kiosk, but it rejected the proposal to develop Konawapa. And I want to stress this for this government, because here's a body that they're trying to get rid of that made a very concerted effort to transform what would have happened had it not been in place. So as a board member and a citizen, I was very grateful for the transparent and comprehensive work of the PUB. The decision by an independent pub enabled me as a member of the board to feel confident in my subsequent vote to proceed with the project. So now back to the two reasons given by the government to introduce Bill 36. The first related to the excessive cost to the taxpayer of operating the PUB. And we've talked a bit about this today, so I'm not going to go into it in great detail. But as indicated in the kiosk project, without the independence and transparency of the third-party review, there would not have been serious confidence in proceeding with the project. Similarly, today, without an objective third party in day-to-day decisions regarding utility plans and rates, the citizens of Manitoba, the financiers that insure and lend the funds, the bond rating agencies will not have the confidence in the governance of our province or of our utility. The government has said many times in the last while that the annual cost for the PUB regulatory costs average $10 million a year. And we've heard a number of people today say that no, in fact, it's only 2.7 million. And I guess what I'm going to say is, regardless of which cost is correct, I would argue that either cost is a small price to pay for an objective opinion relative to an annual operating budget of $3 billion. So the $10 million for the cost of, if that's the number, fine. It's well worth it. And I'm not a financier, but I would suggest that to have that in place will probably save money from the bond rating agencies. The second reason for Bill 36 is the debt to equity ratio, and this is one that has consumed a lot of time here tonight. The government contends that the current 90-10 ratio is too high and wants to reduce it. The only way they can find to do this is through an increase in hydro rates. I would suggest if they really want to reduce it, they can take some of the water transfer payments that we've just been talking about and put it into the paying down the debt. They are aware that the PUB would not allow this increase and are therefore wanting to change the mandate of the PUB so they can make the rate decision at the cabinet table. I want to say that while I was on the hydro board, the debt to equity ratio was one of the things we talked a lot about. A lot of us were quite unfamiliar with how this works. And when a layperson looks at this and sees this debt ratio at such a high number, we were very concerned about it, and there was a lot of discussion given. A lot of experts came to talk to us about it. It was one of the many risks that hydro operates under, including drought, international currency fluctuations, renewable technologies, and future interest rates. I remember a past board chair saying to the new members that the reasons we were even discussing kiosk was because a generation before, the same risks were being considered in the development of limestone. And the reason Manitoba has inexpensive power today, at that time, was because a similar decision was made to proceed with limestone, despite the many risks which were still there. He explained that the debt to equity ratio in any massive infrastructure project are inherently risky because the initial costs are so massive and so front-end loaded. Hydro dams are designed for a 100-year life and therefore can be amortized gradually over this period, unlike your house or your car. He explained that the initially high debt to equity ratio is a standard and accepted fact and a normal cost of doing business around the world for massive infrastructure projects such as hydro dams. This is just the way it works. Everybody knows that. Bond rating know that. This is the way limestone worked. This is the way kiosk will work. The PUB and their international interveners accepted this approach to the debt equity ratio in their approval of kiosk. So this was challenged publicly and it was accepted. And this would be their understanding today. I've looked at the charts, what the numbers are today, and what we were presented with almost 10 years ago are exactly what's happening today. This is what is expected to happen. The independence of the PUB has been extremely important in the past, and I would argue that it will become even more important in the future as Manitoba transforms to a zero-carbon economy. The government and Manitoba Hydro will need to implement the best solutions to transform our infrastructure by reducing our demand on carbon and embracing wind and solar. Hydro suggests that they will be required to find 69% of Manitobans say that they would rather have an impartial agency deal with it. Listen to the people. I thank you and ask you to withdraw Bill 36. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson, for your presentation. Now we'll move to questions. The Honourable Minister Friesen.
Thanks, Mr. Thompson. I'll just set the record a little bit straight for you. It's a 3-year rate application, just like other jurisdictions. Cabinet doesn't set the rates. The PUB sets the rates. The aim of the bill is not to raise rates, but to lower rates, 5% or inflation rate, whichever is the lower. But my question for you is, NFET was excluded from Bipool 3 by the former government. Comment on that as a former board chair. Did that worry you at the time?
Mr. Thompson.
Yeah, I'm not going to refer to that at this time. I think one of the things that we've talked about here is that if the PUB was not in place when Hydro presented its proposal for its NFAT proposal, Kanawapa would be being built right now. It seems to me that in itself, that one fact, is enough to encourage us all to make sure that the PUB stays in place, because that was a huge decision. Hydro was not in favor of that. Hydro was pushing ahead with doing both things. And the PUB and the interveners said, no, that's not going to happen. So there's a huge thing. Why can't we see that as a message to us that this agency has a function and we should listen to it?
Mr. Sala.
So much for your excellent presentation. You referenced the debt to capitalization targets, and I think it's clear that this bill sets what seem to be very aggressive debt to capitalization targets, 80% by 2035. The question I have for you is, this bill in its previous incarnation had a different debt to capitalization target. So I'd like to ask you what that indicates to you about the thoroughness and soundness of the planning, that we have two different debt to capitalization targets in each of the bills. And how does the government determine what the right debt to capitalization target should be?
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. Those are good questions. I'm not a financial expert. The only thing I can say here is that the government seems to be treating Hydro's debt, and Minister Friesen, you've said 2 or 3 times tonight, it's tripled in the last 5 years or whatever. That was expected. That this debt is meant to be tripling. If it wasn't tripling, there would be some magic happening here, because we just spent $15 billion on power. And I think the thing we have to remember is this power is green power. This is going to power our future. And not only this, we have to double this. And these are Hydro's own estimates. We have to double the power, the electric power that we're creating. So in the next 10, 15 years, and we're not doing anything about it. It's not happening right now. And I don't know what to do about that. But I think it's really important to put that in context and see that the debt to equity ratio seems to be a bit of a smokescreen. It's an ideological thing. I don't understand it. I don't think anybody here understands it, and I would wonder whether the government understands it.
Mr. Lamont.
Thank you very much. That was excellent and interesting. Just a couple of questions, and there we go. I'll try to be quick. People have talked about the water rentals, but there were also, I've been concerned about sort of perverse incentives around overbuilding and the debt fee, both of which are, so in terms of capital taxes, there seems to be an incentive to build the biggest dam, and if it goes over, the bigger the taxes. And the same thing, the more debt Hydro takes on, the more money that the government gets to take out. So I don't know if you have any comment on that, or if I'm just...
Mr. Thompson.
Well, as I said earlier, if this government is really concerned about the debt, then the loan guarantees and the water transfer, which was nearly $1 billion last year, as I understand it, take 50% of that and put it towards the paying down the debt, and don't layer any more costs on the consumer.
All right, I think we're out of time for questions. I thank you very much, Mr. Thompson, for your presentation this evening. We will now move to the next presenter. I have on my list Alexandra Chandri, thank you. Alexandra Chandri will be joining us virtually, and so we'll just take a moment to get the camera up, and then we can proceed. All right, we're just waiting for Alexander Shikandri to show up on our screen here. The technology is not as quick as we might like in the committee room. I'm just going to officially take the floor here for a moment. I believe the member from St. Boniface is asking if he can depart and potentially participate virtually. I don't believe our committee rules are allowing for virtual participation by MLAs at this time. It's just for presenters. But if you need to, stretch your back or pick a different chair, you're more than welcome to do that. All right, and is our next presenter ready to appear? All right, I believe we are having some technological difficulties and are not able to have Alexandra join us at this time. We will check back with her later. I'll call Anna Weir to present. Okay. Anna Weir is joining us virtually. I think I see you on the screen now, so welcome to the committee. You have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. Start whenever you're ready.
Thanks very much. My name is Anna Weir. I use she, her pronouns, and I just wanted to begin by thanking the many presenters this evening. I've learned so much already from listening to presentations. I'm a private citizen and a white settler joining from Winnipeg, Treaty 1 territory, the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, Innu, Oji-Cree, Dakota, and Dene people, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. Given the fact that we are on Indigenous lands and hydropower from Manitoba Hydro is generated on Indigenous lands, I think that it's especially important to note that in a public statement put forward by the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, Acting Grand Chief Eric Redhead stated that there has been no consultation with First Nations leadership on Bill 36. I believe this is reason enough to withdraw the bill. I personally feel that it is very important that Manitobans have public utilities and that those utilities have independent oversight. Bill 36 compromises this independent oversight. Bill 36 strips the public utility boards of its impartial oversight role in setting hydro and natural gas rates and will allow current and future governments to create new rules on how electricity rates are set without having to justify those changes before the Legislative Assembly. This reduces democracy and public participation in the process and should not be allowed. Bill 36 will allow for rate hearings to be held behind closed doors, and I think that this severely impedes democracy and public engagement in public utilities. With the current government's austerity mandate and increasing cost of living and inflation, increased electricity and natural gas rates beyond what is needed by Manitoba Hydro would be especially damaging in these times. I have presented in person at the PUB, and I think that it's very important that the possibility to have people present in person at the PUB continues. Public participation in this process is vital. It is also important that the politicization of rate setting is avoided by having a strong independent oversight in the PUB. Thank you for your time. I ask that Bill 36 be withdrawn.
Thank you, Ms. Weir, for your questions. For your presentation. We'll now move to questions. The Honourable Minister Friesen.
Thank you, and thank you for your participation here tonight. I would want you to know that the bill contemplates no change that would take away the ability of individuals to appear at hearings and rate applications. That is a strong part of Manitoba's commitment to a rate application. The rate applicant pays for all the costs associated with that, and that will continue to be a part. I understand that there are thousands and thousands of pages of testimony that's provided every single time this takes place. The only difference to the process is that this would move to a 3-year rate application. Can you comment on that?
Ms. Weir.
No, I can't comment on that at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Sala.
Thank you so much, Ms. Weir, for your presentation. Grateful that you've made time to come here tonight to speak. One thing you identified was how this bill and essentially the taking away of the authority of the Public Utilities Board will impede democracy. This is part of a trend we've seen with this government. They also tried to take away school boards across the province. So there is a general orientation with this current government to remove those places where Manitobans have a voice. What do you think of as the importance of the pub in contributing to our democratic rights here in Manitoba?
Ms. Weir.
Thanks for the question. I agree that I have seen this government move towards removing public participation in decision making and removing democracy. I think it's very important that there is an impartial body that has oversight over public utilities and over Manitoba Hydro, and so I think Bill 36 is very dangerous in that regard, in the lessening of public participation and democracy in Manitoba.
All right, any other questions for members of the committee? Then thank you very much, Ms. Weir, for your presentation this evening and for answering questions from the committee members. We'll now move to the next presenter, which is Frida Spencer. Frida Spencer is apparently not here, so I will put her name at the bottom of the list and we'll call it again at the close of the evening. We'll go to the next presenter again. That is Ryan Bidolph. Ryan Bidolph does not appear to be in the meeting at this time either, so I will add his name to the or drop his name to the bottom of the presenters. We'll now move to Elizabeth Hamilton. Elizabeth Hamilton does not appear to be here, so I'll drop their name to the bottom of the presenters. We'll now move to Laura Cameron. Laura Cameron does not appear to be here, so I'll drop her name to the bottom of the list of presenters. I'll now call on Gina Enns. Gina Enns does not appear to be here as well. I'll drop her name to the bottom of the presenters and I'll call on Les Scott. Les Scott is appearing with us virtually, and we'll just give a moment for the technology to activate and have him appear, or her, sorry, have Les Scott appear online. And then we can get going. All right, I'm seeing a face appear on our screen before us. I believe that is Les Scott. So hopefully you can hear me okay, and hope we should be able to hear you shortly. And you can begin your presentation at any time. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. My name is Les Scott. I'm a citizen of Winnipeg and Treaty 1 territory. And yeah, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee and for the very thoughtful, interesting presentations we've heard so far. I'm addressing tonight Bill 36, the Manitoba Hydro Amendment and Public Utilities Board Amendment Act, and asking it be withdrawn. I'm concerned with the proposed changes this bill would make to the role of the Public Utilities Board in the operation of Manitoba Hydro and in the transparency of the oversight of this provincial Crown utility. Manitoba Hydro, as a provincial Crown corporation, is a large integrated electricity and natural gas distribution utility and is a huge player in Manitoba's economy. The mission statement of Manitoba Hydro is to help all Manitobans efficiently navigate the evolving energy landscape, leveraging their clean energy advantage while ensuring safe, clean, reliable energy at the lowest possible cost. Currently, the Manitoba Hydro Board does not provide sufficient oversight or accountability to the Crown Corporation. Their members are appointed by provincial politicians behind closed doors, and their own decision-making process is also not transparent or publicly accountable. The Public Utility Board was created partially to offer some transparency to the operations of Manitoba Hydro. By the 1980s, Manitobans had become concerned about partisan influence on the operations of this large electricity monopoly. Through rate hearings, the PUB can require that Manitoba Hydro justify rate increases and make public Hydro's business plans. The goal being that Hydro operates in a manner that would ensure stable, affordable energy supply to consumers while ensuring the financial stability of the corporation. This would change with Bill 36. The Public Utility Board would be limited to hearings only every 3 years, and its scope of comment on government policies surrounding operations would be limited. If the bill passes, the Public Utilities Board would no longer be an independent overseer of Fair Manitoba rates. Instead, this oversight would be greatly reduced in favor of cabinet control of rate setting and short and long-term business planning. Part 1 of the bill, which amends the Manitoba Hydro Act, is concerning in that several sections will change the way our gas and electricity rates are decided. I fear that rates will be based on financial targets and short-term partisan interests rather than operating and debt servicing expenses. The bill requires that the corporation achieve an artificial debt to equity ratio that has no logical justification. The legislation requires that Manitoba Hydro reach a debt to equity ratio of 80% by 2035 and 70 by 2040. I think this has been gone on into a number of times this evening. This would require higher than necessary yearly rate increases with no real benefit. As recently as 2018, a similar debt to equity was proposed by Manitoba Hydro and would have required yearly rate hikes of nearly 8%. The Public Utility Board, after seeking expert financial advice, determined that this proposal lacked justification and was not in the interests of the financial well-being of the corporation or the ratepayers of the province, and it was not approved. Instead, there was an approval of over 3%. The Public Utility Board has also played a role in commenting on project planning. Between 2008 and 2013, the PUB issued frequent concerns about the business case for Bipole 3, Kiosk, and Kanawapa projects, and Manitoba's overly optimistic revenue estimates, concerns about skyrocketing capital costs, and the lack of independent review. And in fact, the Kanawapa was recommended not to go ahead. The PUB doesn't have the power to disallow projects, but it can raise red flags of concern. And in this case, the government's own economic review of Bipole 3 and Kiosk in 2020 argued that lack of government oversight allowed the projects to be firmly established and entrenched long before they were subject to an independent review, at which point, given the sunk costs and executed agreements, they were already an effective fait accompli. These projects, unfortunately, the PUB cannot stop these projects, but it can argue against them and make information known to the public. Bill 36 would weaken the ability of the PUB to even comment on projects like this. Okay. There's also a concern about rules for setting gas rates. There's no information on what those rules would be. And by allowing these to be created through regulation, they could happen without warning or public review. These rates would be applied for by Centra Gas and approved by the government with no independent hearings or oversight. As has been mentioned before, recent polls have shown that Manitobans want independent, transparent oversight of these valuable public assets. Bill 36 would open them up to partisan manipulation with possibly severe and far-reaching impacts. An independent utilities board should be able to provide advice to our corporations, advice based on sought-out evidence that best balances hydro's financial well-being with the interests of the public. The Public Utility Board not only regulates rates, but also is a valuable educational tool to the citizens of this province. The board's ability to require hydro to provide information about its business plans and its use of outside independent experts provides valuable insights for Manitobans about this public entity. Bill 36 eliminates this source of information, and this is why I'm asking it be withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, for your presentation. We'll now proceed to questions. The Honourable Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, for being here. Thanks for your very, very accurate summary of events from the past where the processes like the PUB were gone around and the previous government removed the requirement to go to NFAT for Bipole 3. I wonder if you could comment on Section 16 of the bill, which actually gives new powers to the PUB, augmenting their ability to actually have overview and control of future generation projects.
Mr. Scott.
That's interesting. It is not an all-encompassing ability to review it. It only involves certain large-scale projects.
Mr. Sala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Scott, for your presentation tonight. Greatly appreciated. You made a number of really important points about the role of the pub historically and its importance in helping to save Manitobans money. The pub's been in operation since 1913. It used to be a thing that all parties agreed on was important in this province. And I'm wondering if you can comment or provide a sense of how you would describe the impact of Bill 36 on the Public Utilities Board to a neighbor or friend if you were describing it simply.
Mr. Scott.
Yes, I would, if I were to describe it to someone, I would say that it is an attempt by the government to get around publicly justifying what is done with hydro so that it can be manipulated for partisan reasons. I think it's a first step in that. I think it's taking away transparency, and it doesn't let people know exactly what's going on with hydro, and that potentially leaves it open to manipulation.
Any other questions from members of the committee? If not, then I thank Mr. Scott. Thank you very much for your presentation and for answering questions from committee members. We'll now move to the next presenter, Rachel Howgate from Seed Winnipeg. Rachel Howgate is not in the meeting, so I'll drop her name to the bottom of the list. Next, I'm going to call Catherine Dompierre. Catherine Dompierre is apparently not in the meeting, so I'll drop her name to the bottom of the list. Next, I will call Ian Smith. Ian Smith will be appearing with us virtually in a moment once we can get that hooked up if all goes well. Mr. Smith, I see you there now, and you can begin with your presentation whenever you're ready. You have up to 10 minutes.
Hi there, thank you for having me tonight. I'd like to say I'm somewhat in awe of many of the presentations we've seen tonight. A lot of people out there have done an awful lot of research and know far more about this than I do. I may be coming at this more from just a personal perspective, just more of a sort of a lay person, perhaps. I'm a private citizen. I immigrated to Manitoba from the UK in 1991. And one of the things that was attractive about Manitoba as a province was things like Crown corporations and the Public Utility Board. Knowing that there was something there that was for the benefit of all Manitobans in terms of allowing for a consistent, safe, secure supply without unnecessary profiteering was reassuring. It's something that my mother, who still lives in England, and is facing extremely difficult winter with the increases in energy prices that are happening over there as a result of privatization of the delivery of these systems. It's extremely concerning. And I always appreciated being in Winnipeg and being in Manitoba. That was something I didn't have to worry about. My understanding is that a Crown corporation is there to provide hydro as close as to the cost of production without unnecessary profiteering. And the role of Centra is to provide us with gas at cost. I question within Bill 36 how, at a time of economic uncertainty that we're in right now, how this is helpful to any Manitobans. I think one has to accept, living in a winter climate, that the demand for electricity in a cold Manitoba winter, and indeed in a warm Manitoba summer, is essentially demand inelastic. And effectively, I think, by ridding yourself of the role of the Public Utility Board that it currently has, you potentially are downloading essentially a power tax, an energy tax, onto Manitobans, and especially for the poorest. That is a significant concern. If you want to tax people. I understand that the current government does not fit with their philosophy, but I feel it's a little disingenuous to make every single Manitoban, because we use electricity, run the risk of paying 5%. And it's not just 5% in 1 year, it's 5% every year for the next 4 years, from my understanding. And who knows what beyond that, unless, of course, Minister, unless inflation is lower. I understand that. I think the Public Utilities Board and its role in impartial oversight, it's been very apparent to me over the years that it makes judgments in the public interest, both for the rate setting and for, as people have alluded to, projects like Conowappa, where it recognised that perhaps the Manitoba Hydro Board were overextending themselves. How anyone could see that as less than useful is absolutely beyond me, frankly. It allows us to have a situation where political influences from either side of the political spectrum cannot overwhelm things. And we saw that quite clearly with Conowappa, where the NDP, who might have gone ahead and wanted that to happen, were not allowed to have it happen. I think that is in the public interest. I think for something as critical as energy, and it's critical for electrical energy, it's absolutely vital that we need to keep this in the public domain and avoid political sort of influence over it. I'm very concerned about the nature of the omnibus bills in general, and as one of the previous presenters alluded to, the complications of these bills, where it essentially prevents most citizens from taking part in the democratic processes. This bill allows the government to create new rules on how we set electricity rates without any justification to the legislative and hence to Manitoba voters. Why? We're all going to be affected by that. The possibilities for private retail sales. I've seen the way this has gone in Britain, where you end up with brokers who essentially take gambles on being able to, who don't actually have any expertise, and take gambles on being able to provide something as a broker, and then it falls through. This has happened numerous times in Britain in the past year, where the government has had to step in to back these people up and make sure people actually have a reliable power supply. It's an appalling system. And I don't think we need it here in Manitoba. The role of the bill in censoring the Public Utility Board from representing public interests that are contrary to the government's point of view, again, I do not understand why this is the case. It is undemocratic, and it does not serve the public citizenry of Manitoba in any way, shape, or form. Having rate hearings that are going to happen behind closed doors, again, why? This should be out in the open. We own Manitoba Hydro as voters. We own it, the people of Manitoba. And why that is happening behind closed doors, or why that is happening with a board that is appointed by politicians, is beyond me. I cannot understand that, and I would ask for answers as to why that is the case. I think overall there's been a narrative created regarding hydro that it's in a terribly indebted state. When you make investments like Bipole 3 to secure the electrical supply with climate change, making sure we've got a route down each side so that if we get an ice storm on one side, we still get electricity from the other, having things like Kias Go Ahead, which is an investment in the future, as people have said, for 100 years. It's going to be there, providing money back to Manitoba. It's a huge undertaking with huge costs, but it's also got huge returns. And the fact that it's akin to taking a big mortgage when you have a large and guaranteed income for the next 100 years. In answer to the minister's questions he's posed to other people, no, I do not see it as unacceptable at all to have that kind of debt ratio. And that's been proved by more than a few people on here tonight with way more knowledge than I have told you that there's all kinds of groups out there that say this is the way it's done and this is the way it works. I think when you think about what Hydro's core mandate is, in my terms, I would say it's about providing reliable energy at the lowest realistic cost to improve the quality of life of Manitobans. And I think this bill diverts us from this mandate. It's not in the best interest of Manitoba. And I would say, there's an old saying, with regards to the PUB, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Minister, it ain't broke. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. For the sake of those who may be joining us virtually, I'll just mention that Minister Reg Helwer has temporarily taken Minister Friesen's place at the table beside me. Minister Helwer has very much a vested interest in this bill because he is the minister responsible for the Public Utilities Board. We're also in possession of a new set of rules that just governs committee question period starting September 28th, and we're trying to work through some of the details there. So I just asked leave from the other members to allow Minister Helwer to at least thank the member, and then we can proceed with question period from there. So, Honourable Minister Helwer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. We listened intently to what you had to say, and I could go on with some of your comments, but we're still learning this new committee rules, so I'll leave that to Minister Friesen.
And you can respond if you wish at this time, Mr. Smith, to the minister's thank you, but you don't have to.
I'm not quite clear on why Minister Friesen is not here to answer my questions.
I'm afraid I can't comment on the presence or absence of any members. I'm just going to have to go to the next question, which is Mr. Sala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. Greatly appreciated, and you made a lot of really important points tonight. One word or a couple words you used were economic uncertainty, and that this is being brought forward during a period of great economic uncertainty in this province. This bill is likely to trigger significant rate increases again, with questionable foundation. My question to you is, as somebody who immigrated, the reasons why you moved here, how do you think the passing of this bill will affect the attractiveness of Manitoba as a place to immigrate to or to build a life in?
Mr. Smith.
It's interesting that you asked that, because in the past 2 months, I've spent a good deal of time talking to friends in England who I'm still in touch with, who are extremely worried about what this winter will bring for them in terms of energy prices that are not constricted by any kinds of, or not controlled by any kind of public utility board. They're paying the market rates. And it's introducing uncertainty to the point where the term heat or eat as a choice is becoming a feature of conversation in Britain. And when you think about moving to Manitoba from Britain right now, it is extremely attractive to be able to come here and pay hydro rates that are far, far lower and that have a degree of guarantee that they will always be that way, and always try and be delivered at the minimum sort of cost that is possible. I don't really see how that could not be attractive to someone. And my concern with aspects of this bill that talk about private retail sales and creating new rules on how to set electricity rates is that I believe the purpose of the bill is to one, provide options for privatization. And we have seen this time and time again, the way that there's a political ideology with certain governments where they wish to chip away at public services in whatever ways they can. We have already seen this with Manitoba Hydro, with them removing Efficiency Manitoba, or separating that out. We've seen it with them separating out the aspects of foreign consultancy work that Manitoba Hydro did very successfully, that all contributed back to Manitoba Hydro's bottom line and hence to Manitobans. And I believe this is a deliberate policy this Bill 36 is deliberate policy making to enable these kind of things to happen more. And the end game of it all will be that we end up with a system that is chipped away at to the point where there's so many different private provisions that we end up with a private system. And I've seen after 40 years, I left almost 37 years ago, well, 39 years ago, I beg your pardon. I have seen it happen over 39 years in Britain. And it's not been pretty, it's not been to the benefit of British citizens. And I'll fight to my last to make sure that doesn't happen in Manitoba, because we have a really good thing here and we are in danger of losing it.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for your presentation and for your interaction with the members of the committee. We'll now move on to the next presenter, and I will call Nancy Kurtz. Nancy Kurtz. Nancy Kurtz is not online and not in the room, so we're going to put her name at the bottom of the list of presenters, and I will call Henry Shore. Henry Shore. Henry Shore is not currently in the room or online, so we'll move to the next presenter. I will call River Woods. River Woods. River Woods is not currently online or in the room, so we'll move to the next presenter and put River Woods' name at the bottom of the list again. And the next presenter is Wendy Bulow. Wendy Bulow. Wendy Bulow is not in the room or online, so we will move to the next presenter and put her name at the bottom of the list. Michelle Bergen. Michelle Bergen, I believe, is online, so we'll just take a moment to have Michelle join us and get the camera rolling. Please bear with us. All right, Michelle Bergen, I see your camera is on and you are here, at least virtually. I welcome you to the committee room and you can proceed with your presentation. You have up to 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Michelle Bergen. I am the president of Local 998 of the Canadian Union of Public Employees. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to provide feedback tonight on Bill 36, the Public Utilities Ratepayer Protection and Regulatory Reform Act. I'd like to acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory and traditional gathering place of Anishinaabe, Cree, Oji, Cree, Dakota, Dene people, and the traditional homeland of the Métis people. As a way of background, QP 998 represents technical and clerical workers at Manitoba Hydro. We're proud of the work we do in helping to deliver clean, reliable, and affordable energy to Manitobans. I choose to speak today on this committee about Bill 36, the Public Utilities Ratepayer Protection and Regulatory Reform Act, because I do not believe the proposed changes are good for Manitobans, the government of Manitoba, and for Manitoba Hydro. Providing clean, reliable, and affordable electricity isn't easy. The very nature of the business requires long-term thinking and large investments that pay dividends for generations. After 111 years in operation, Pointe-aux-Bois Generating Station on the Winnipeg River is still producing electricity used by Manitobans today. We build Manitoba Hydro today to serve our grandchildren and great-grandchildren, just as generations built for us. While there can be debates and different decisions that have been made throughout Manitoba's history, in the big picture, I hope we can all agree that the most part Manitoba has done right. We have clean, reliable electricity, and Manitobans pay the lowest rates in the country. We have made investments in energy production, which will allow Manitobans to grow and attract new industry. And we have significantly improved the security of our grid. And we have done so for decades. This is a good thing, and we should be proud of it. I know that the members of QP 998 are. This didn't happen by accident. It required striking an important balance in our province between the interests of Manitoba Hydro, the government of the day, current Manitoba ratepayers, and the future ratepayers, recognizing how difficult it is to balance new competing interests. In all our long-term interests, we have for decades relied on the Public Utilities Board to serve as an independent third party to provide oversight, guidance, and to set energy rates for Manitoba Hydro. We fear that this legislation encroaches on the independence and risks upsetting the careful balance that the PUB exists to uphold. First, we are concerned Bill 36 legislates debt to capitalization targets, which is new and precedent setting. In the past, PUB is empowered to hear evidence from experts and weigh the evidence, make decisions about what, if, and any financial targets should be considered when setting consumer rates. Under the new legislation, PUB will not have no choice on how to follow legislative directives, turning PUB from independent third party into a handmaiden of the government. Second, there is concern that the debt to capitalization financial targets that have been set are aggressive and will lead to higher and unnecessary rates increase to meet them. While I cannot tell you with certainty whether this is the case, I can say certainly that the right place for the decision is to be made at the Public Utilities Board, as they have done for decades. The PUB can consult the leading experts in the field and weigh the long-term and short-term benefit of the risks of the various financial targets. At present, Manitobans are faced with increased cost of living while real wages continues to decline. I would argue that this isn't the time to adopt a strategy that relies on significant rate increases. Third, the proposed changes hinder the PUB from benefiting from the fulsome testimony and evidence presented by third-party interveners such as Consumers Association of Manitoba, the Manitoba Industrial Powers user groups, Indigenous organizations, and others. Moving towards written testimonies and away from oral hearings may result in some lost testimony from individuals who don't feel comfortable providing written testimony, and may result in lost opportunities that cross-examine of expert witnesses can provide. Finally, we fear the government is opening Pandora's box with regards to private sale of electricity. The legislation effectively ends Manitoba Hydro's monopoly on retail sales in ways that are not yet fully understood or detailed. Rather than having the debate in the public, this government will looks to be making those determinations at cabinet level. Someday in the near future, consumers could find themselves at the mercy of independent energy provider, and yet no idea the rights those consumers will have and what responsibilities restrictions will be placed onto the seller, nor can we see the impact of what Manitoba Hydro will be. In the long term, we worry changes will undermine the credibility of the PUB and the rate setting process with Manitobans. We fear the loss of credibility at PUB will inevitably result in a loss of public support for Manitoba Hydro and missions here in Manitoba. We also fear the government is opening the door to deeper privatization of Manitoba's hydro electrical system and the eliminations of Hydro's retail monopoly. For those reasons, on behalf of QP98 and its members, we ask the government respect the independence of the PUB and the importance of Hydro's retail monopoly and abandon this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bergen, for your presentation. We'll now move to questions, and I will welcome Honourable Minister Friesen to ask the first question.
Thank you for your presentation. There is no secret agenda here to privatize hydro. The government believes in a strong, independent, and sustainable hydro. That sustainability has been threatened for years by tripling of the debt by the previous government when they overspent on the planned assets. Can you comment for us and at the committee on whether you see any amount of debt at hydro as problematic, or is it all just good?
I'm so sorry, Ms. Bergen, that was my bad. I was distracted by the arrival of a cappuccino. But I will now give you the floor to respond to that question, Ms. Bergen.
Okay. That's a good question, Mr. Friesen, but I think the most important thing right now is keep rates low for Manitobans. Coming out of a pandemic with Manitoba struggling with debt and the rise of inflation, Manitobans can't afford to pay higher prices for basic necessity like hydro. And working at Manitoba Hydro, we at Hydro pride ourselves in being able to deliver clean, reliable, and affordable energy to all Manitobans. Mr. Smith made a great comment. He said that we own Manitoba Hydro, the public. And he's right, we do. We don't need the government to dictate the cost of hydro by increasing our rates. Let's keep Manitoba Hydro public and not open it up for privatization. I believe this bill will open it up to privatization.
Mr. Sala.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Ms. Bergen. You touched on something really important that we haven't discussed at this committee tonight as of yet, or some have referenced briefly, but we haven't had a chance to flesh out, which is the question about that this bill allows for the first time ever the private retail sale of electricity in Manitoba. I'd like you, if possible, just to comment on some of your concerns about what might happen given this provision in the bill doesn't seem to be backed up by any kind of sound framework of any kind.
Ms. Bergen.
Okay, so opening up to private sales, I think that would be bad for Manitoba. I think that, it will definitely increase our rates. And I don't think that this bill should be pushed forward. I think that it's a mistake. And I don't think that Manitobans can afford to pay any more than what we already are.
I see no further questions. I thank you, Ms. Bergen, for your presentation and for answering questions from members of the committee. We'll now move on to our next presenter, and I will call Wendy Boyd. Wendy Boyd. Wendy Boyd is not in the room and not online, so we will put her name at the bottom of the list. I'll now move to Mary Louise Chown. Mary Louise Chown. I believe Mary Louise Chown is online, so it'll just take us a moment to connect Ms. Chown into the room. Hopefully that goes smoothly. All right. All right, Ms. Chown, welcome to the committee room, and we can see you. Hopefully we can hear you shortly, and we'll let you get started with your presentation. You have up to 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. All right. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am very concerned about Bill 36, mainly because it's such a huge omnibus bill. And it does propose drastic changes to how Manitoba sets electricity prices and would reduce the impartial oversight of the pub. I only really want to make 3 points because so many people have spoken so thoroughly before me. So this is going to be quite a brief presentation. But my first point is that I feel that Bill 36 will strip the Public Utilities Board of its impartial oversight role in setting hydro and natural gas rates, and it will allow current and future governments to create new rules on how electricity rates are set without having to justify those changes before the Legislative Assembly. And other people have mentioned the recent probe research undertaken in May and June of 2022, where they found that more than 7 in 10 Manitobans want an independent arm's length commission or board to set energy rates. In other words, what one of the previous speakers said, if it isn't fixed, or rather, if it isn't broken, don't fix it. Now, Bill 36 reduces the independence of the pub because if the bill is passed, it will reduce pubs' ability to determine what, if any, financial targets are reasonable. I'm speaking to you right now out of town. I live on a farm out near Seven Sisters, and so we're totally on electricity. We have nothing else out here. And we're even on the huge solar panels under the Hydro's program that was available a few years ago. I'm worried, though, that this measure will move important decisions behind closed doors and reduce some of the democratic processes that we have in place in Manitoba. Now, other people have mentioned this as well, and I think this is my main concern. It allows the government to set a financial target without public input. And this is a disturbing trend pretty much all around the world in democracies, the idea of legislating away public input. I've been watching that, not only in Canada, but in other countries. Okay, my second point is Bill 36, I feel, will censor the Public Utilities Board so that it won't be able to question or critique government policy around rate setting. And the main thing is oral hearings might not be required any longer. Bill 36 could limit hearings from a live in-person setting in favor of strictly written presentations. And I feel written hearings would limit public participation because transparency in decision-making is essential, particularly when Manitoba Hydro is a monopoly and a crown corporation. Again, those public opinion polls that were done just this year by Probe Research also supported my worry that Manitobans think there should be public input on these decisions. And I feel that speaking in person before a committee is so much more valuable. And more people, if there was the being able to write or be in person, it just would be more valuable for both the presenter and the elected representatives that are there hearing, as you are tonight. And this is democracy in action, ! And we cannot lose our democracy. And on that note, I want to say that I think this is wonderful that this committee hearing will allow input. I understand other provinces don't have these sessions. And so I really want to thank the government, and I want to really thank all the elected representatives that are here tonight, sitting and listening. It must be so tiring, and I hope you all have a cappuccino. Okay, so my third point, Bill 36 makes major changes before these two reviews that I've heard about they're being undertaken right now, and they're not completed. And here's my point here. We're in uncharted territory regarding the future of hydroelectric energy use and requirements. It's used more and more to replace the use of fossil fuels. And so because of this unknown future, it's important that the regulation and pricing of hydroelectric energy be accomplished through a methodology with maximum transparency, allowing for input from everybody, ordinary people and all stakeholders. So tonight I'm asking the committee to recommend withdrawing Bill 36, sending it back to the drawing board. This will allow more time for the government to carefully consider all the input from Manitobans, from all stakeholders, and from all the reviews currently being undertaken, and perhaps separate that omnibus bill out and only deal with the Public Utility Board. And then average citizens like me would be able to read and understand it better than the way it is now. And that's it for me tonight. But I do want to thank you once again for having the opportunity to speak before the Standing Committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Boyd, for your presentation. I can neither confirm or deny the presence of cappuccinos in the room. But I will now move to question period, and we will have the first question asked by Minister Friesen.
Ms. Boyd, thank you for joining us this evening. It's been great to have you at committee, and thanks for your well wishes to the committee as well. I wanted to give you a few comforts if I could. I heard you express very much you believe in a robust and independent PUB, and so do we. And we want them to have the right mandate. I wanted to speak about two protections we have in this bill. Any large dam projects in the future or transmission projects, the PUB will have to oversee. And if some group doesn't follow their direction, they can assign penalties that are prescribed in the bill. And I just wanted to ask if you had a comment on any of those provisions.
Ms. Boyd.
Oh, it's Chown, actually.
I'm sorry, Ms. Chown. I got the wrong name on my list here. My bad. We're moving through presenters so quickly. Ms. Chown, go ahead.
I guess, like previous people had said, perhaps that applies to large projects. But if we're looking at a future of less fossil fuels, we might be wanting to encourage a lot smaller projects. And I feel the Public Utility Board has to be heavily involved in any of that decision making. I know that all the elected representatives have run and are elected and want to serve the public, but the Public Utility Board is then your friend, because it's going to take that other second sober look at all of the things that have come up in the legislature. And it is an uncertain future. There are going to be a lot of tremendous ideas. Some of them we haven't even heard yet. And I would want them all to go through the scrutiny of the Public Utility Board.
Sorry, thank you, Ms. Chown. Now Mr. Sala with a question.
Thank you, Ms. Chown, for your presentation. It was excellent. It's greatly appreciated. You made a comment about the importance of ensuring that we have a strong, vibrant pub to keep electricity rates low, and the importance of that for the future of our province. One question I want to ask you is, this bill, of course, will drive electricity rates up very quickly. My question to you is, what do you think the impact of those fast rising rates will be on our ability to transition to a cleaner energy future?
Ms. Chown.
Yes, what will be the impact? That's a tough question, because we're facing rising prices in all areas. And I think most people are probably okay, or no, resigned to the fact that there's going to be some hydro rate increases. But I have to say that because we have our big solar panel that we were allowed to put in with the help of hydro about 3 years ago now, and then that program was stopped. And it was a fantastic program. We have so much electricity that we put into the grid, you just wouldn't believe. And this can happen more and more. There's probably reasons why the rates do not have to go up as much as everybody is saying. And my other point is, rates increases is not the only thing to be worried about. What's to be worried about is how to include as many people as possible in the decisions we're going to make for our future.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chown. Seeing no further questions, we will once again thank you for your presentation and for your interactions with members of the committee. And we're going to move now to the next presenter, and I'll call Ellen Karlinski. Ellen Karlinski. Ellen Karlinsky is not in the room or online, so we will put her name at the end of the list of presenters, and we'll move to the next presenter, Tyler Mcgibney. Tyler Mcgibney. Tyler Mcgibney is not in the room or online, so we'll put his name at the end of the list of presenters. Move to the next presenter, Emma Higgs. Emma Higgs. Okay, Emma Higgs, I believe, is logged in online, so it'll just take a moment to welcome Emma into the room, and we'll carry on from there. All right, I believe I see Emma Higgs on the screen now, so you can begin your presentation whenever you're ready. You have up to 10 minutes.
All right, how do I sound? I'm not using any specific microphone this evening, just my computer.
We can hear you fine.
Great. All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Emma Higgs. I am a public sector employee working within Manitoba's healthcare system and have lived in Manitoba for most of my life. I am pleased to have the opportunity to speak to the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development regarding Bill 36 as a private citizen this evening and as a layperson in the area of hydro and public utilities. In particular, I would like to thank the other presenters who have preceded me this evening for sharing their knowledge, wisdom, and experience with the public and committee today. There have been many excellent points raised already this evening, including regarding points of the finances of this bill, which are finer than I will be able to speak to. I share many of the concerns that have been expressed regarding issues of transparency around rate setting, the feasibility of the debt to capitalization ratio requirements proposed, and serious concerns about the lack of consultation with Indigenous nations and groups on this bill. I will not be able to touch on all of those items tonight, and they have already been elaborated quite well, and would like to focus on one or two other points that I have noticed when looking through Bill 36 as well as the Manitoba Hydro Act. I understand that the government has forwarded Bill 36 in part to address issues with financial sustainability and stability of the utility for years to come, including to maintain Manitoba's comparatively low electricity rates. I feel confident everyone here today understands the value of keeping such an essential resource, such as electricity, affordable to all Manitobans. It is my understanding that Bill 36 would remove the requirement for hydro to maintain reserves and sinking funds that were present in sections 40 and 41 of the Manitoba Hydro Act. As per the Hydro Act, these reserves could be used for essential support such as the stabilization by the board of rates or prices to power sold by hydro in times of need. Of course, this does not mean that hydro cannot choose to sustain or grow their reserves or sinking funds. However, I am concerned that with the new requirements Bill 36 would also introduce for hydro, requiring it to aggressively reduce its debt to capitalization ratio, that in practice, hydro would not be able to sustain the reserve and sinking funds which provide that security and sustainability we have discussed throughout the evening. This seems contradictory to me and is concerning. However, I would welcome any comments from members of the committee to clarify this further or to provide more input around this. I appreciate that hydro's debt has increased significantly in recent years and agree that debt is an important consideration for the public utility. However, I would also like to underline, as others have, that this debt has facilitated investments for Manitoba Hydro and will hopefully help support Manitoba's absolutely essential journey towards electrification in the coming years and decades. In light of all of this and many of the other concerns that I've mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, as well as others discussed this evening that I did not have a chance to touch on, I would like to request that the government withdraw Bill 36 and make some essential adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Higgs, for your presentation. We'll now move into questions. The Honourable Minister Friesen.
Thanks for your presentation. I was surprised to hear you say you weren't going to delve deep into the financial issues, and you've been the only presenter this evening to go on about liquidity risk and sinking funds, which I thought was very interesting. So that shows a lot of knowledge in the background machinery. So you must have an understanding of the risk of liquidity and the risk of accumulated debt. I just wondered if you could expand a little more on your opinions on sinking funds and hydro.
Ms. Higgs.
I do not think I can give much of an expert opinion on liquidity and sinking funds with hydro. And I mostly understand them from kind of the point of a consumer who also has finances within their personal life. However, I can understand the logic and reason that led to having these kind of maybe safeguards or things in place like the reserves or sinking funds to help protect consumers of Manitoba Hydro. And yes, I can't speak much further to that. Thank you.
Mr. Sala.
Thank you so much for your presentation this evening. It's greatly appreciated. I just wanted to ask you, we know that this bill moves rate setting authority from the Public Utilities Board to the cabinet table. And I'm hoping you can comment on why that's concerning or why that might be concerning to Manitobans.
Ms. Higgs.
I think that this has been covered a little bit throughout the evening, but it's my understanding from the research or analysis of other people that I have had the pleasure to read that this can at times create a bit of perhaps partisan issues around rate setting. Of course, changing rates can be sometimes undesirable or unpopular. And I think it's reassuring to Manitobans to know that this process is, for the most part, out or in the hands of a impartial or arm's length commission. So this would, I guess, place some of those elements at risk.
All right, I'm not seeing any further questions, so I thank you, Ms. Higgs, for your presentation and for interacting with committee members on their questions. We'll now proceed to the next presenter, and I'll call Katharina Steifenhofer. Katharina Steifenhofer is online, so we'll just give the committee a moment to connect her. All right, Katharina Steifenhofer is not appearing to be able to join us at this time. We will get back to her at a later time. I will now call Peter Hudson. Peter Hudson. I'm told that Peter Hudson is with us. Sorry, I'm told that Mr. Hudson is with us virtually, and hopefully we can connect with him shortly. All right, I believe I see Mr. Peter Hudson joining us online. You have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. You can start whenever you're ready.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I certainly can. We can hear you very clearly.
Thank you. I would love to be physically present. I'm much more comfortable with that than the Zoom. I regret to say that my wife went down with a positive diagnosis of COVID-19, and she is quite sick right now. Obviously, under those circumstances, wandering down to the ledge. So with that little introduction, I'd like to say good evening. My name is Peter Hudson, and I come before you this evening as a private citizen to express concern about Bill 36. I'm an octogenarian with not too many years left, but I care because I have 2 sons, I have daughters-in-law, a grandchild, and many younger friends who live, work, and play in this province. Their future is intimately tied to how energy is supplied now and in the near future, and it's vitally important that we get it right. Bill 36 does not. In this province, much of our energy consumption is supplied either by or through Manitoba Hydro. The conditions of this supply have been subject to scrupulous independent review by the Public Utilities Board, PUB. The PUB is an outstanding example of an institution which acts as a filter through which hydro rates, capital expenditures, future projects, and much else is subject to scrutiny. It acts as a channel through which oversight by its own experts is crucially supplemented by the requirement to enable input and discussion from citizens. It is no exaggeration to state that such institutions provide some of the checks and balances which protect the democratic principle of limiting the ability of any one group of stakeholders, including government, from exercising absolute and exclusive power over matters which affect a wide swath of the citizenry. This is achieved by that requirement for PUB to encourage widespread public participation, which in turn allows for transparency, accountability, and the likelihood of better outcomes. Unfortunately, Bill 36 appears to call for a shift of decision-making around energy policy and its implementation from both hydro and the PUB to present and future provincial governments. I'd just like to cite a few examples that illustrate that concern. 1, the bill appears to set limits placed upon the wide range of factors that PUB currently may consider when assessing proposed changes to rates, proposed upcoming projects, or any other matters. Moreover, it seems that Cabinet will be able to change these rules at least as they apply to natural gas, without reference to the legislature or any other body, including the PUB. 2, the bill prescribes the timeline and the degree to which current debt will be reduced. This acts as a legislated prescription which places a major item of fiscal management out of the control of Hydro Board and management. Worse yet, it places scrutiny of the management of this issue outside the purview of the PUB and the public. 3, oral presentations by the public concerning hydro matters before the PUB would no longer be a requirement. Oral presentations are far more meaningful than written presentations, both to the presenter and to the PUB. 4, Bill 36 requires Hydro to seek government approval for any project classified as a major new facility. That's in quotes. This removes such decisions from the expert scrutiny of PUB to the government of the day. There is also the possibility open of avoiding scrutiny in accordance with the Environmental Protection Act. This provision effectively removes oversight of hydro projects, possibly having far-reaching consequences from not one, but 2 regulatory bodies. Instead, decisions around matters which any government decides are major new facilities are transferred to that government, which likely has no expertise within its political or public servant staff to do so intelligently. 5. Possibly one of the most disturbing provisions of Bill 36 is the limitation placed upon the ability of PUB to comment on government policy and regulation. The context, such as concerns about debts of not just the government and public services, but also quasi-government agencies. It's not clear where the lines are between what might be included in this prohibition, but wherever they are, this is a truly undemocratic attempt to avoid legitimate criticism and dissent. One example might be the aforementioned section directing Hydro to manage its debt in a particular way. The wisdom, or otherwise, of this order of fiscal management has previously been subject to PUB scrutiny, but likely no longer if Bill 36 were to pass. I am reminded of the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Bill 36 is far-reaching in its application to Manitoba Hydro, but it also has even more negative implications in the precedent set in a radical shift away from the independent oversight of Hydro's affairs by a respected regulatory body. The relationship between the Manitoba government, Hydro, and the PUB has been more than satisfactory in previous years. So the answer to the question of what is the difficulty that is being fixed by Bill 36 is elusive. The media reports are that it is too expensive. I find that a little flimsy. I don't recall the sum. There's apparently some criticism that has been inflated, but be that as it may, it is a pittance compared to the revenues, the expenditures, and the assets of this major corporation we know as Hydro. A more appropriate examination of this issue, if needed, would be a value for money assessment, not a bare statement that the amount is just too much. I can't solve the mystery. I can only point with regret and disappointment that Manitoba's current government has a record of mistrust and micromanagement of government and quasi-government bodies operating at arm's length from government. Bill 36 is only the most recent case in point. Bill 64 is probably the most visual example of this particular trend. But there have been numerous others, such as trying to override collective bargaining by legislation, directing MPI as to how it should handle online insurance renewals, and so on and so forth. There have been a number of occasions like this, and this is not just paranoia. It's time to step back and reflect on this record. The government recently promised to be more attentive to Manitobans. It appears to have done so in the case of Bill 64. A similar outcome to these enhanced listening skills in regard to Bill 36 would be more than welcome. It needs to be scrapped. Thank you for listening.
I thank you so much, Mr. Hudson, for your presentation, and please accept my best wishes for your wife's health, and that she can fully recover from COVID, and that you can be spared any ill effects as well as someone who's living with her. We'll now move to a 5-minute question period, and the first question goes to the Honourable Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. You said, what's the difficulty that's being fixed? The difficulty, sir, is that the problems at Hydro are not self-correcting. We've heard a couple of analogies tonight saying it's just like a house. You get a mortgage and you pay it down. But, sir, did you know that Hydro has made 4 payments against its debt since 1990 and has not made a payment since 2008? And there is no path without intervention to stability at Hydro. Stability at Hydro creates low rates. Agree or disagree?
Mr. Hudson.
That's a sort of is there a yes or no answer here? and there isn't, I think I would disagree. But I cannot speak to the specifics that you, in your position as finance minister and I believe overseer of Hydro, I can't speak to the kind of detail that you have. All I can say in this regard, in answer to your question, is that we have had a system in the past and in the present which involves two major organizations, one a regulator and another the regulated, who both have a wealth of expertise within their ranks. There is also another unusual situation here in which the usual situation where the regulated are not very happy about the regulator is not really the case here. You have both bodies with some common interest in, like I said earlier, getting it right. If they have failed to do so in the past, in your opinion, in regard to the debt to asset ratio, then it is time that the two were encouraged to sit down and do what they do best, which is have an honest, with public participation and outside expertise, an honest appraisal of what is going on, if there's something that seriously needs to be fixed here, and if it does, how are we going to do it, and come up with a business plan.
Mr. Sala.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Hudson. And I just want to say that I'm sorry to learn that your wife has contracted COVID, and I'm wishing her a speedy recovery. You flagged as one of your top concerns with the bill that it includes a provision that will prevent the pub from commenting on government policy. I'd like to ask you, what does it indicate to you that this bill includes a provision that will prevent the pub from commenting on government policy or regulation?
Mr. Hudson.
This is, I have to say, Mr. Sala, this is a rather leading question, but I will answer it from my seat here, which is that I think I made the comment, perhaps not as forcefully as you just did, which is that it is of some concern when you see, not just in Bill 36, but a trend over the last, 6 years, towards a greater abrogation of powers, or an attempt to abrogate those powers from other bodies and institutions, especially crown corporations and quasi-government bodies like universities, to the government. So yes, I think this is of something of concern to all the citizenry who may be guilty sometimes, as I am, of hyperbole in this regard. But the trend, I think, is quite obvious and quite concerning and quite troubling.
All right, not seeing any further questions in the room, so I can say on behalf of everyone here in the committee that we very much enjoyed your presentation, Mr. Hudson, and I thank you for your time this evening. And once again, we all wish your wife a full and speedy recovery.
Thank you, Minister.
All right, sorry, I haven't recognized you, so I can't have you speak right now, but I'm just going to give the floor back to you if you can. Mr. Hudson.
I'm just saying to thank you for your patience. To sit at 6 a day, aren't you going to take a break of 6 hours? You're going to sit. I mean, that's amazing, and thank you all for that kind of devotion and dedication. And stamina.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hudson. Appreciate that. Now I've canvassed the room here, and I think I can ask for leave and agreement that we will proceed with the some of the presenters that are still in person in the room before going down the rest of the list. I will ask now formally for leave to do so.
Agreed.
The committee agrees, and so I would like to call Bonnie Hofer-Steinman to make her presentation. Welcome, Ms. Hofer-Steinman, to the committee, and you have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. Start whenever you're ready.
Yes, well, thank you very much. I want you to imagine from my perspective, you have two balloons. One's like this, and it says capital P-U-B, and the other one is like this. It's got a little P.
I would just ask that you speak into the mic as much as possible. You can
sorry.
adjust it if that suits your height better. Yeah, great, thank you.
I'm not sure how much you heard, but I wanted you to imagine two balloons. One, a large one with a capital P-U-B on it, and another one, a little diminished balloon with a small p, capital U-B. And out of interest, I wanted to sort of understand what the word public meant. So I Googled it. A definition from Oxford Languages says, public is of or concerning the people as a whole. And that was the adjective. And it also said, done, perceived, or existing in open view. So when I was looking at the issues, I sort of did it from a framework of inclusion, safety, and then another one, which was kind of a large one, accountability, lack of information, evidence, and transparency. But I thought they kind of went together. I want to start with safety, because I don't have a lot about safety, but what really concerns me, and I think should concern everyone, is that environmental safety is at stake in regard to the provision around environmental review. One, that it's not in line with other legislation in Manitoba, so that the notion of the major, let me see, I can't read my writing here, major facility could not be considered in the highest level of the environmental class 3 review. So why would we want to increase the threshold for review and not really review review everything, because really we know what the environmental degradation does in the world. Okay. The other thing is that the basis for the environmental review is unclear and inconsistent with the current environmental legislation. Now, in terms of decreased inclusion, I think there's a number of issues. And one has been mentioned by Pete Hudson quite a bit about limiting the PUB from being able to comment on government policy and regulation. Why can't we have transparent governance? What is the fear of not making something transparent? I do not understand that. The Public Utility Board is here to protect the public. So maybe if we could get beyond partisanship, we could maybe look at what's in the best interest of everyone. And it's already been mentioned that the recent poll by Probe Research shows that the public does not want Bill 36, and I should have said at the preface is that I would like to see Bill 36 gone. But that being said, I really think that the ability to question and investigate all relevant information is important, no matter what the issue is. The other thing I wanted to state is in terms of, and it's been said before, but limiting input. Usually in research, you have something called triangulation. You want to hear from all kinds of different inputs, okay? And you want to have it maybe in writing, maybe someone can't even write. Maybe someone's illiterate. Maybe someone is a better public speaker than someone else. But, it brings to mind the recent marital review that I attended on the environment. They had everybody. And what did they do? They said, well, get your cell phone out and we'll take questions from the cell phone. Well, the fact of the matter is not everyone in the world has a cell phone. So my point being, and it's maybe a little bit off, but it still fits, that inclusion is what I think the government ought to be looking at, governing for the people, by the people. And it's for the people that needs to take precedence. So, and the one last thing I want to say in terms, and I would say that also, there's a lack of transparency if you limit the kinds of input that the public is willing to provide. And the other thing is, by changing the factors considered when the electrical rates are set in Manitoba, you're limiting, the numbers of different kinds of inputs that are necessary, whether it be from the Indigenous population, whether it be from people representing lower incomes, and there's another one as well. It's that's the Consumer Association representing the lower incomes. And okay, well, there's something else, but I don't have it in my notes. And Peter Hudson just said that, scrutiny and accountability, I think, go together. So what you have, if you decrease inclusion, you decrease accountability. So I think that we need to come together. We've seen in the United States, for instance, where partisanship divides the country. We need to unite. And if the citizenship of Manitoba is telling you, we don't want this, the Public Utility Board is working well in our interest, in our global interest, then I do not understand why you would pursue and persist in having this bill go through. It does not make sense to me in all due respect. But thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffersteinman, for your presentation. We'll now roll into a 5-minute question period. First question going to Honourable Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffersteinman, for being here this evening, for making your presentation to the group, and I'm glad we could get you to the microphone. You were sitting so patiently for so long. I just want transparency and the vigor of our processes at the PUB. Those don't change. They remain strong. But I wanted to cite to you that there's a specific provision to say that all hearings at the board will continue to be open to the public in Section 15, and invite you to comment on that.
Ms. Hoffersteinman.
If that's the case, then bravo. However, other people, majority, what have you heard? People are saying, scrap it. Listen to us. We are, what's the point of government if you do not listen to the people? And the people, whether it be by poll or by presentation, what are they saying to you? So all I can say is listen to the people and represent the people and do for the people, because what you always profess is we're doing this in the best interest of the people. So I implore you to do what you say that you're meant to do. I hope that answers your question.
Mr. Sala.
Thank you so much for your presentation this evening. It's really greatly appreciated. And you're being exposed to a bit of the alternate universe that we occupy here, where you continue to hear that the bill is going to protect the pub, is going to allow things to go forward with inputs as they currently stand. We know that's not the case. We've heard that over and over and over this evening. My question to you is, you mentioned the risks of reducing the inputs into that rate setting process. And I'm just wondering if you can comment about your thoughts about the impacts of that.
Ms. Hoffer-Simon.
Well, I think that the risks of reducing public input is that you lack, when you go into a meeting, you often have, a brainstorming session. So what you're basically doing is you're cutting out the brainstorming in large measure. And that is a real shame because, getting the input of many different people, I think, is a very worthwhile endeavor. And, shame on you if you're not listening. And what this, again, I'm maybe just restating it, is that I've been here since the beginning. I've listened to all of the presentations, and every one of them is basically telling you the same thing. So I would implore you to go back to whoever it is you need to report to and say, look, here at the Social Security, or whatever you're calling it, I can't remember the name of this particular committee, this is what the people are saying. You're not hearing rah, let's go with Bill 36. You're not hearing that. So, do you need to pursue something like beat it to death? I don't think so. The Public Utility Board is for the public. It works like someone says. If it ain't fixed, don't break it. I mean, if it isn't broken, don't fix it, or whatever. Right now I'm kind of a little bit, but you know what I mean. And so I don't know. Listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffer-Simon, for your responses. Not seeing any further questions, so I just want to thank you again for your presentation. I'm glad we could accommodate you, and I believe we have two more presenters in the room. So I'm going to call Laura Tyler to come forward and make her presentation. Yeah, you have up to 10 minutes. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Laura Tyler. I'm a community organizer and I work for Sustainable Building Manitoba. And I've talked to a lot of people about this bill, and everyone seems to be pretty confused about it and why it's happening right now. And when I say everyone I talk to, that includes Liberals, Conservatives, Green Party, NDP people. Everyone is confused. And it sounds like there's some confusion at this table as well. So I first got involved with hydro issues when I was brought on a tour of hydro-impacted communities back in 2017. And there, one of the things that I was really impressed to hear wasn't take down to hydro, ruin it all. It was hydro, do better. And that is what people whose lives have been severely impacted, if not destroyed, by Manitoba Hydro's development are asking for hydro to do better. And that's one of the things that the Public Utility Board does. One of the issues with this bill is that it was done without any consultation. Acting Chief with the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, Eric Redhead himself, expressed his own discomfort in the fact that there wasn't any kind of consultations done on this. So one of the things that I also find interesting about this is that even when you do have recommendations coming from Conservatives, such as with the Wall Report, also those don't seem to be adhered to and followed in this particular bill. So through my work, I talk a lot about net zero, and so I'm one of those people who's going to talk about the private retail sales. And there's a lot of talk in the community about how we need to make sure that we have the right amount of energy available in the right places at the right price. And so there absolutely does need to be a discussion about what private sales is or is not in Manitoba. But again, this bill was done without consultation. So who was talked to about this? Oh wait, is there a framework for how this private sales is going to happen? Seems to be something that's not properly explored in this bill. So, and when we do go into looking at our hydro rates, we're looking at them being set for every 3 years. Well, how do we think some of those private retailers will feel knowing that they're in a world where things are set 3 years out, but that we don't have all of the information now for 3 years? So who here predicted the war in Ukraine and the fact that the natural gas crisis would be happening in Europe right now. Who predicted that 3 years ago? So who here predicted the last drought that we had in Manitoba, or the fact that this year was going to be so full of rain? Was that something we knew 3 years ago? So there's a lot of troubling issues around rate setting for 3 years out. Not to mention the fact that, as other people have highlighted here today, we are entering an unprecedented time with the use of hydro and electricity in the world, let alone this province. And so as we're doing that, is this really the moment in time that we want to make major changes to the way that we're setting rates? Or is this a time to sit back, talk and listen to all these people, listen to all these people who were here today? How much would this meeting have cost you if you brought all these people in as consultants, right? So how do we take a moment to, instead of mixing things up a little too much without all the information, why aren't we taking a little bit of extra time to understand what the outcome of the 2 reports that are currently being commissioned in this province? We've got the energy report coming from the government and the hydro integrated resource planning coming from Manitoba Hydro. So why are we doing this now instead of waiting to see those reports come out? So we're hearing also today a lot about what this bill is supposed to do. This bill is supposed to stabilize Manitoba Hydro, where it's supposed to keep rates low. Well, if we're all about keeping rates low, then why in 2021 was there a request to have a rate increase of 7% from this government? And that came back from the Public Utilities Board at 3%. Also on the subject of stabilizing Manitoba Hydro, we just heard that from a former board member, this is exactly what they were expecting to happen. This is the debt ratio they were expecting. And so what is there to stabilize here exactly? So I absolutely share the concerns by others voiced about the lenders and how they're going to feel as we remove this, as we shift decision making from the Public Utilities Board to the government. I'm also a little concerned about the concerns about the debt equity ratio. In BC, there's a 79%. New Brunswick, they're a little worried because they're at 94%, but here in Manitoba, we're at 86%. So we seem to be like in the middle of the pack, and as we're hearing from other experts here, this is what's expected. We know that when we build major projects, that we're gonna see a front-end debt. So when I was earning my MBA back in 2010, one of the things we talked a lot about was forecasting and how, you know, it's helpful to know a few years in advance what we're going to be paying for something. So I totally understand the desire to want to know that 3 years out. What we also learned in my courses is that sometimes even just a year of budgeting is incredibly unreliable. So we've already gone over a little bit about how we're not going to know what's coming with weather. We don't know how the changes in electricity use is going to impact things. We don't know the outcomes of these reports. So why now? I just want to address the fact that we heard that there's no elimination of in-person, but I think this, in this bill, but I think this speaks to one of the things that somebody said earlier about how confusing this bill is to read. So 24.11 says oral hearings not required. 39.23A says the corporation must submit to the regulator for the review and approval without oral hearings. So it just sounds like there's just like a lot of confusion around some of this bills and some of what's going to come out of it. And I just want to like really thank the person who went just before me because they really highlighted the benefits of public participation. Aren't you guys having fun here tonight? Isn't this how you want to spend a Thursday? But seriously, there's been so many good points taken here, and it's just been really beneficial to hear everybody speaking. And I just want to say something along the lines of how this is the 3rd time this bill has been here, right? 3rd time, or a version of it. Yeah, 44, 35, 36. Yeah, versions? No? I'm seeing no's. So we see, okay, in any case, there's been some similarities, but one of the things that we've noticed in reviewing each version of this bill is that it has gotten better each time it's come back. So I really hope that you guys will withdraw it, listen to everything that was said here today, and take a moment to review those reports that are coming out, and let's get it all working together. Because it's very clear the public does not want this right now. We're hearing that loud and clear from a number of reports. I'm sorry, I've been here the entire time and I'm pretty sure no one has said, please pass this bill yet. There's still more people to come. That's a lot of people saying, please don't, please don't. And again, public support is on the side. So is on the side of wanting that third independent party making the decision. So I think I had more to say, but I guess my notes are so confusing that you're off the hook and you don't have to listen to any more of me today. So thank you so much for taking the time. Sorry that this is how you have to spend your evening, but I really appreciate it because democracy matters. Like, we're seeing all-time low voter turnout, and confusing bills like this is one of the reasons that we're seeing that sort of disengagement. So I really, really hope that that we here as a province can do better together.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler, for your presentation. I, for one, am happy to be here and happy to listen to you and everyone else who's presented before you. We'll now move into question period, and I'll give the first question to Honourable Minister Friesen.
Thanks for your presentation. I, for one, believe that it's processes like this that actually strengthen democracy. You are being part of a historic process. Manitoba probably has one of the most friendly processes for the public to participate in. So you're part of a great tradition. Welcome here. I'd like to just correct the record. I know I have very little time. The chair cuts me off. The section you referred to on retail power, it actually speaks to things like Indigenous nations who could move from diesel to hydroelectricity or solar to provide for their people. Comment on that?
Ms. Tyler.
Like I haven't been here all day. Sorry about that. Waiting for my turn. Yeah, so we know that there's 3 communities currently still on, well, there was 4, but I'm pretty sure one is half off. So I think there's 3 that are exclusively using diesel. And now I've forgotten the question. Is it late?
Is there leave for him to just repeat the salient portion? Minister Friesen.
So I was asking you just to comment on the fact that when you spoke about your confusion about retail supply of power by persons other than the corporation, it actually isn't talking about a takeover of hydro, because there's 2 conditions. One is you can't be connected to the grid, and the second one is you have to be able to move towards a green energy source. So it actually speaks towards isolated First Nations who could in the north move from diesel to an alternate source of power. And I was asking you just to comment on that and whether that helped your understanding of that section of the bill.
Ms. Tyler.
Sure, thank you. I think that I again referenced the fact that there was a call from Indigenous people that they weren't properly consulted on this bill. So even if that is included, I would say that it's there not necessarily in the right way. In an age of reconciliation, it's important not just to tell people what to do, but to include them in the process and bring them along. As for some of the private sales, I mean, again, I'm here to talk about what private retail sales is, and I'm certainly here to talk about getting off of diesel. So my understanding of the bill hasn't significantly been increased by your question, but I appreciate it nevertheless.
Mr. Sala with a question.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler, for your presentation. And I also want to thank you for all of your work in organizing Manitobans to learn more about Bill 36 and your role with Protect the Pub Coalition. I do want to talk a bit more about the private retail sale of electricity. We know that this bill doesn't seem to bring forward any kind of a framework, and it's very permissive in terms of what it will allow the government to do with that provision. I'd like you to just expand on your concern or what kind of concerns we might have in relation to that provision within the bill.
Ms. Tyler.
Sorry. Thank you. I think that I'm not from Manitoba. I moved here 10 years ago. And so when I first moved here, I was so impressed by this province in so many ways. And one of the things, as I said, was like learning about Manitoba Hydro was like both a blessing and a curse, because I can't turn on my lights anymore without thinking about the full impact. And one of the aspects that I sometimes think about when I turn on those lights is, wow, this is ours. You know, it's not every place. I moved from Ontario, for example, where they'd sold off their hydro infrastructure to privatize it. So I would say that one of my concerns in terms of how the lack of framework is that it's leaving the door a little bit open to that discussion. I think it's really amazing in Manitoba that we have so many different public pieces of infrastructure. You don't even know what insurance is like other places. If you've only lived in Manitoba, just be lucky for MPI. But the point is that the Public Utilities Board has helped both with MPI and could help here. And the fact that we're looking at moving things to private retail sales without that framework is very troubling, but certainly it's something that we need to talk about because how people are addressing it right now is not that great. I don't know if I answered your question or just rambled.
Any further questions? All right, so I thank you very much, Ms. Tyler, for your presentation this evening. And I think we have one more presenter that's still in the room. But before I go to that, I just wanted to let the committee know that Kevin Rebeck from the Manitoba Federation of Labor has presented us with a written report. Copies of this written report are being distributed. I'm just going to ask for leave from the committee to include this presentation in Hansard. Is there leave? Agreed and so ordered. We'll now move to the, who I believe is the last presenter in the room. This presenter is newly registered, so would not be on your list necessarily, but it's been added to the bottom of my list. And so I just invite Giselle Roche, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, I hope so. Rock. Oh, it was a 50-50. Giselle Rock to the podium to make her presentation. You have up to 10 minutes. Wish you all the best.
I would like to begin by acknowledging the land that we're on, that from the Treaty 1 people, and as well as the treaty people involved about Manitoba, you know, who are impacted and displaced or have been displaced in the hydro projects to allow us to have this energy. And also the people from Shoal Lake for the water that we benefit from here, as well as this is the homeland of the Métis people. So my name is Giselle Rock, and I have lived in Manitoba all my life. I have had the honor and the privilege of working in communities for 50 years, some of them professional, and much of it as a volunteer. So I have an interest. I come from a large family. I lived in the rural area, worked in the rural area, have been in the urban area for a long time. So I believe I have a very comprehensive understanding of issues that families and communities deal with. And that's what I would like to address. It's known that, you know, we have quite an interesting economic, socioeconomic community. We have people who are very well off, and we have quite a lot that are very low income or very limited revenue. And so, like, if we looked at the median, it would be pretty low compared to, like there's a few, like a minority, I think, of very well-to-do people that bring up the curve. But the reality is that lots of people are struggling, and their rent or their utilities, whether it's included or not, is going up dramatically, and that unlimited opportunities to raise the rates impacts tremendously. And one of the presenters was saying that in the UK and England, it's they've come after 39 years of having their system privatized, that it's often heat or eat. I think that we don't want to go there. I would like to mention the importance of inclusion. So I thank you very much. Over the years, I've not a stranger to this forum. So I really appreciate that opportunity. And every opportunity should be made for people to access and express themselves, as to how it relates. The issue relates to them. So basically, I was wanting to say that if there's a saying that people concerned about being included or left out is that if the discussion is, if it's about me, if it involves me or us as a community, include me or us in the discussion early on. It's way more challenging to just kind of, it's good, but I mean, it would be far better, I think, if people were engaged earlier when you're looking at a specific project. So that would be one issue to mention. And I guess with all the good intentions and everything, I am concerned about the fact that this was announced, in the spring and winter, spring, but that, the summer is kind of like a time that is in suspension. And then we come to the, what do you call it in French? C'est la rentrée. La rentrée is, the fall season when you're kind of getting all, that's a busy enough time already. But we are facing here the municipal elections. And so everybody's just busy going all to these forums and trying to see where their candidates are all at. So that, this could fall under the radar screen. So I have a concern about the timing, and the attention that people can really commit to. So I was wanting to mention that I've heard reflections, that because of the PUB specifically, that they do a very thorough study. They consult other jurisdictions, other countries, other similar agencies, and just how things are done to provide the different services, in comparable societies. They look for best practices. They use this information to compare and contrast so that they can make an informed decision that's transparent, fair, trusted, and that they will be accountable for. So I think it's really important that it continues. It's a valued institution and really appreciated. And I guess someone was mentioning that if the agency or the government sometimes, is not always ecstatic about the result, and neither is the public, that is kind of like a testimony that they found a pretty decent compromise. Nobody's kind of, everybody has put water in their wine, I guess, is an expression in French. So I would like to just have you consider these things. And as a minority in my family I'm the oldest of a large family of which there was lots of boys. And so I'm particularly attuned to the issue of gender roles and gender-based analysis. The government here in the beginning of the millennia, committed to a gender-based analysis. And I think it's really critical that that be done in any kind of project, whether it's a law project or a program or a policy. It's just so important because when we look at poverty, women constitute 50%, a little bit more than 50% of the population, and that women live longer. But they earn, even as they're earners, they're often, I think it's about 87 cents for every dollar that their male counterparts earn. And then, oftentimes, because of raising families and the larger burden put on them for the household tasks and the child rearing, that, their income doesn't really advance as fast as their male counterparts. And then when, let's say, the marriage breaks down, they are often the ones with the children. So that is always kind of holding women, single parents, down or back. And then as they get older, it's difficult to be managing in their home And here we have a situation right now where seniors' homes are being sold off because they can't manage. And even at those rates, it's not very, they're very expensive, as even though it's supposed to be subsidized housing. So there's just lots of issues, but they all are connected to the fact that this brings some people to have to eat or have heat. And you know that this is a government's obligation to consider all the different demographic groups and how this policy could impact them. So I would like for you to, I just appreciate so much the feedback and the comments that have come before me. I came to listen, but I felt compelled to bring a few thoughts to complement what has been said before. So I probably am due with my time. Thank you for listening. And I recommend that at this point, this Bill 36 be withdrawn, and have some consultation earlier with the different groups that are most severely impacted. So thank you.
Merci, Gisèle Roquefort, pour votre présentation. We'll now move to questions, and I'll give the floor to Honourable Minister Friesen.
Ms. LaRoche, thank you for being here. Thank you for expressing your thoughts and being so patient and waiting so long. We agree that these processes need rigor, and they should rely on lots of interviews and lots of engagements and dialogue. And that is why the expert report on Kiosk and Bible has really led a lot of the way when it's come to bringing this bill forward. So I just wanted to say to you, your heat and eat comments are very, very real. Europe is staring down energy shortages. We're approaching Thanksgiving. It's amazing how we have the lowest power rates in all of North America. Just wanted you to comment for a little bit, if you could, on that subject.
Ms. Rock.
It is so concerning because, we need to get off the fossil fuels, and Manitoba Hydro is well positioned to be coping through that and enhance that. So that's great. But the climate disasters that are being associated with the climate change, climate warming, is more and more evident when we've just even Canada is barely surviving in the Atlantic there, the Hurricane Ian and Fiona before that. Anyway, it's just going to get worse and worse. So we are very lucky to have the infrastructure to enhance, and contribute to the solution to reduce our carbon footprint and be an example to really have a robust, environmentally green policy with jobs and everything.
Mr. Sala with a question.
Merci, Madame Roche, pour ton présentation. C'est apprécié. It's greatly appreciated that you come here tonight to share your thoughts and to listen. I don't have a question for you, but I do want to thank you for expressing your concern. I want you to know that we as the opposition are going to continue fighting hard to ensure this bill doesn't pass. We're going to do everything we can. We do have concerns about your heat or eat argument, and the concerns about affordability that this bill would have, the impacts it would have on affordability in this province. I know we're going to continue to fight against it. So thank you for being here tonight. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you for all your
Thank you, Ms. Roque, for your presentation. That takes me to the end of the list of in-room presentations or presenters. So we're going to get back to the original list, and I will call Barry Wittevrongel to make his presentation. Barry Wittevrongel is not in the online, so we'll move to the next presenter, which would be David Alper. I'm told that David Alper is available virtually, so just give us a moment to connect him into the room, and then we'll proceed. Okay, Mr. Alper does not seem to be accepting the request to present. So we'll put him to the bottom of the list and I'll call on Megan Mast. Megan Mast. All right, I believe Megan Mast is now coming on screen. I see you there. Welcome to the Committee on Social and Economic Development. You have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, and thank you very much for having me here today. I've been able to listen to all the speakers before me as well. And yeah, I'm very moved and impressed by all the well-researched thoughts that have been coming forward this evening. My name is Megan Mast, and I live in the west end of Winnipeg on Treaty 1 territory. And I've lived in Winnipeg now for 9 years and was in Vancouver before this. And yeah, I want to start by just thanking all the people who've spoken before me. It's very clear that there's a lot of knowledgeable people speaking out against this bill. I'll keep my presentation super simple because I'm not an expert like some of the other people who've gone before me. I'm a citizen, a concerned citizen. When I moved here 9 years ago, a main reason that I moved here was because of how affordable it is in Manitoba, which has been echoed by some of the other presenters. So much more affordable than I think all maybe or most of the other Canadian cities. And one of the things that makes it so affordable, as other people have said, is the cheap hydro rates. And of course, the Public Utility Board is, in its current form, is a key player in helping keep those rates manageable. I share a lot of the other concerns that the presenters have brought forward, including how this bill opens up the potential for a lack of transparency within Manitoba Hydro's process and less oversight for the Public Utility Board. But the main thing that I'll talk about today that I'm concerned about in an immediate sense is how the amendments proposed by Bill 36 puts the affordability of the hydro rates in jeopardy. The possibility of an annual rate increase up to 5%, depending on inflation, as was mentioned, is significant to citizens who are already facing rising food and gas costs. We're all feeling the weight of our bills, including people in the room there. And now is a terrible time to open up the possibility of more increased costs to consumers. I was going to also mention Ian Smith's words from earlier about heat or eat, the saying that's going on in the UK, that's circulating in the UK. And this is hard for us to imagine here in Manitoba because we do enjoy such affordable rates. But let's not change what already works so well. Ultimately, according to the opinion polls that have been mentioned many, many times, Manitobans don't want changes to the pub. We're very, very happy with how it works. We want an independent arm's length commission or board. The average Manitoban cares less about Hydro's debt than you might think, Minister Friesen. What we do care about is our monthly bills. And as has been stated many times, this debt is normal for these sorts of large projects when it comes to the beginning stages. I don't have much more to say, but it's super simple. Please withdraw Bill 36. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Maz, for your presentation. We'll now proceed to questions. The Honourable Minister Friesen.
Ms. Mast, it's revealing to me that you say that you don't really care about Hydro's debt, you just want low rates. And it would be nice to think that we could do that. The problem is when the debt is tripled at Hydro and they carry obligations of $1 billion a year just to service debt and pay bankers, that 40 cents on the dollar that goes to debt repayment that used to be 8 cents is money that cannot be used to invest First Nations communities that are on diesel. I'm just asking you to comment on that. Do you see no relationship between debt and your ability to afford your lifestyle.
Ms. Mast, before I give you the floor, I just want to remind members to try to keep their questions under 30 seconds. Ms. Mast.
Thank you. And yeah, I'm not sure I have anything extra to add other than aside from just pointing to the answers that the many speakers before me have already given to you, Minister Friesen, that have explained that quite well, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mast. Another question from Mr. Sala.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mast, for your presentation. Greatly appreciate it. And I think you have demonstrated a good understanding of hydro debt, and that ultimately in the early stages of new big projects such as Kiosk, we will incur that debt and pay it off over time. I just want to ask you, this bill, if it were law today, would result in a 5% increase as the formula is laid out in the bill. What would a 5% rate increase mean to you and those around you in your community?
Ms. Mast.
Yeah, I mean, it's substantial, right? Like, doing the math, I guess I paid $100 for hydro last month. So whatever the 5% of 100 would be, that's difficult to calculate this late at night for me anyway. But it's substantial, on top of what we're paying, the increase that we're paying already with food and rising gas prices. It's all adding up, and people are stretched very thin right now. Things are tight with all these increases, and I don't see it as a necessary increased cost, which is something that you're hearing over and over again from citizens. And I know the public opinion polls are saying the same, as has been pointed out. So yeah, not sure what else to say about that, but it's a good question. Thanks for asking.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mast. Seeing no follow-up questions from the members, I'm going to thank you once again for your presentation and for interacting with members of the committee on their questions. And we'll now move to the next presenter. I'll call Lynn Livesley. Lynn Livesley, I'm told, is not online, so we'll move to the next presenter, Stephanie Grout from the Council of Canadians, Winnipeg chapter. Stephanie Grout is apparently not online, so we'll go to the next presenter, Wendy Barker. Wendy Barker. Okay, I'm told that Wendy Barker is available online. We're just going to see if we can connect and have her make a presentation. All right, Ms. Barker, I think I see you there on the screen, so you can go ahead and make your presentation. You have up to 10 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I didn't actually expect to get to you to get to me by tonight, but obviously it's a late night for a lot of people, including me. I'm usually tucked up in bed by this time, but thank you for continuing to hear from all of us. This is a very important bill as far as I'm concerned. I'd like to just give you a little bit of background. I'm retired. I worked for almost 20 years as a scientist for the federal government. But before that, I was a lawyer, and I was also involved with the Consumers Association of Manitoba. I was chair of the board for a few years during the 1980s. And so it was during that time, as I'm sure most of the committee members are aware, that the Public Utilities Board allowed for intervener funding, which really opened up the ability for Consumers Association and other associations to make effective presentations to the Public Utilities Board when there were these big issues like Manitoba Hydro rate increases or major projects for Manitoba Hydro. At the same time that I was involved with CAC Manitoba, I was also on a national CAC board called the Regulated Industries Program, which allowed me to meet with people from across Canada that were similarly involved with regulated industries. And they were very impressed with how well the PUB worked, and particularly the ability of interveners to make presentations and make very effective presentations. I think we've heard about how Kanawapa was dismissed by the PUB, and in large part that was due to a number of interveners making the decision that Kanawapa just was not financially feasible. So that's sort of where I come from. During the time that I was involved with CAC Manitoba, the Saskatchewan also had a public utilities board. And then I don't remember the exact year, but they decided to not have a public utilities board anymore. They did away with their public hearings process. And so I just looked up today from a website called Energy Hub that compared the energy costs for residents using 1,000 kilowatt hours and what the cost would be. In Manitoba, the cost would be 9.9 cents per kilowatt hour. In Saskatchewan, it's almost twice that. It's 18.1 cents per kilowatt hour. And I have to wonder if they had continued to have an effective public hearing process, if those rates would be that high. I personally don't think so. I know that there's been statements made by the government about how expensive these hearings are, and that's why one of the reasons why this legislation is being proposed. I think maybe somebody mentioned this, but the cost for the average consumer in Manitoba to have a hearing is about $2.50 a year. That's about 20 cents a month. I think anybody would be prepared to pay 20 cents a month. I mean, what can you buy with 20 cents a month? In order to have an open, transparent, fact-based hearing process. And while it may have cost $2.50 a year, consumers saved at least $50 a year by having those hearings. There are a number of concerning proposals in this legislation. One of them is the proposal that they have 3 years of rate increases. And as one of the in-person presenters said, who among us would have predicted a drought year like we had last year, followed by a incredibly downpour of rain this year? None of us would have predicted that, and that would make a substantial difference in what the forecast or whether the forecast rates would meet the requirements. The other the other thing that really concerns me about this legislation is the limit that the Public Utilities Board have on having in-person oral hearings. There's nothing like getting together in a room and having presentations. I can speak as a lawyer that there's no hearings basically that take place without some oral component to them. Even in the Court of Appeal, when lawyers submit a written argument, they get called in afterwards to make an oral presentation and answer questions from the judges. So it's very important to have in-person presentations for the Public Utilities Board. And I'd just like to say that I don't think anybody has pointed this out, but we only have a year until we have another election. I think it would be a good idea for the government to make this an election platform and see whether the probe research polls are correct, that people want there to be Public Utilities Board hearings for major increases in hydro and gas rates. I think that the government would find out that, yes, that is very important to Manitobans. And if it's that important, I think that the government should withdraw this bill and take it to the electorate in a year's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barker, for your presentation. We'll now roll into questions. Honorable Minister Friesen.
I thank you for your presentation. I would want to give you the satisfaction and the certainty. You said people want PUB hearings for increases in hydro, and so does your government. We want the certainty that the PUB has an independent, robust role, as they always have. I can assure you, ma'am, that in-person hearings will continue to be the cornerstone of those presentations. The only area of departure you and I have is that you'd like the process repeated every single year. And most other jurisdictions, the best practice moves towards once every 3 years. Can you comment on that?
Ms. Barker.
Well, as I said in my presentation, I think projecting 3 years in advance doesn't give the chance for the utility to respond to events as they occur from year to year. I know that hydro suffered last year from the low water rates because of the drought. What would they have done if they had projected an ordinary water flow rate and then didn't have it and didn't have the energy that they were expecting to be able to transmit? I think that the process of having an annual rate increase, that's what consumers have to deal with on a yearly basis. We have to look at our annual income and expenses and try to, I personally wouldn't want to try and figure out what my expenses were going to be 3 years from now. So I don't see how an organization as large as Manitoba Hydro could possibly do that.
Further questions, Mr. Sala?
Ms. Barker, thank you so much for your presentation. Thanks for staying up past your bedtime with us tonight. We're all looking forward, I think, to crawling into bed at some point. I don't have a question for you. I just want you to know that I strongly agree with all the points you made here tonight, and especially the one you made about you're encouraging this government to possibly put this on the ballot. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see this government do that. They want to ram this through as soon as possible because they know it's unpopular. Unfortunately, but I do think that's a good request, and hopefully maybe that idea will have snuck into the ear of the minister tonight, and we'll see that happen. Who knows? But thanks again for your presentation, and wish you well.
Ms. Barker, you can respond if you like.
Well, I think that if this government truly wants to listen to the people, then the best time to listen to the people is when there's an election. I can tell you that my MLA came to my door this summer, and this was the question that I put to him was, what's happening with the Public Utilities Board? And that's a year ahead of an election. So I think that elected officials and people who want to become elected will be facing a lot of questions if this legislation goes through. And I don't think that those will be favorable comments.
Thank you, Ms. Barker. I'm not seeing any other questions in the room, so I'm going to thank you once again for your presentation and for staying up late with us here on committee, and for also interacting with the questions that we had from committee members. We'll now move on to the next presenter, and I will call Gina McKay. Okay, I'm told Gina McKay is online, and so we're just going to take a moment to see if we can connect. And I believe I see Ms. McKay on the screen. So welcome to the committee. You have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good, thank you so much. Hopefully that the overhead light isn't too bright here. Good evening. My name is Gina McKay, and I'm the president of the Canadian Union of Public Employees of Manitoba, CUPE Manitoba. And I'm tuning in here from Treaty 1, so thankful for that. And also thankful to Treaty 5 for powering my Zoom for me to join you here tonight. I'm pleased to provide some feedback tonight on Bill 36. And I've worked, it's an interesting past, but I've also worked at Manitoba Hydro in the past as a young person, as a student advisor for the Power Smart program, as well as on the flip side, doing some environmental research with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans in my early years, in my 20s. So happy to have a perspective and to share some of that with you tonight. So as a background, CUPE in both Manitoba and Canada is Canada's largest union. In Manitoba, it's over 37,000 members, and in Canada, over 700 members strong. Here in Manitoba, CUPE members work in healthcare facilities, school divisions, municipal services, social services, post-secondary education, childcare centers, family emergency centers, and utilities. And while CUPE Manitoba does represent employees at Manitoba Hydro, I want to stress that I'm also here to speak on behalf of the 37,000 other CUPE members who are customers, they're owners of Manitoba Hydro. So the first thing I'd like to say is that Manitoba Hydro works for Manitobans. It provides clean, reliable energy at a relatively low cost, as we've heard here tonight. The second lowest prices in Canada, second only to Quebec Hydro, who I would also add are also CUPE members. And Manitoba Hydro does this while providing good jobs to Manitobans and adding significant value and revenue to provincial coffers. So looking at approximately $459 million in 2020 to 2021. So Manitoba Hydro is without a doubt the crown jewel of Manitoba. A significant part of the success of Manitoba Hydro is the delicate balancing act that takes place between the financial interests of Manitoba Hydro, the government of Manitoba, and regular Manitobans, and many who have been here tonight. And I'm so thankful to have heard a lot of their experiences and stories. By any reasonable standard, I believe that as a province, we have done a good job in balancing these interests. But the secret of our success, I would argue, has been the independent arm's length commission that sets Hydro's rates, the Public Utility Board. And it's not just me who believes in this system. The people of Manitoba do. And by polling by Probe Research backs that up. Some members have spoken to that tonight. This past June, the Consumers Coalition of Manitoba had Probe Research ask Manitobans who should set Manitoba Hydro's rates. Manitoba Hydro, the Premier/Cabinet, or an independent or third-party commission. The response was overwhelming. 69% said an independent third party should set the rates. 12% said Hydro, and only 5% said the Premier and Cabinet. This is good news. Our system not only works, but it also has the broad support of Manitobans. However, the legislation before us today, Bill 36, puts this system, this independence, at jeopardy. And while the Public Utility Board would remain independent in theory to set rates, in practice, this legislation would act as the government's thumb on the scales of the delicate balance that the pub was created to oversee. And so it does so in numerous ways. The first one, it changes the factors considered by the pub when setting rates in Manitoba. So it does so most fundamentally by setting financial targets for Manitoba Hydro in law. So further to this, it limits the ability of the pub to even comment on the validity of government regulations and directives, including these financial targets. And sorry, the thing about working from home is that I've got a cat trying to crawl across the screen. So sorry, everyone. Try to get her off the way here. So this fundamentally reduces the independence of the pubs. To get back at it, they are no longer able to determine what, if any, financial targets are reasonable, or even questions the targets provided by government. So by putting these debt to capital targets in law, you tie the hands of the pub to do the bidding of government. So that's the first point. The second is the debt to capital financial targets set in the legislation are aggressive and will likely require significant increases in order to meet them. So it's entirely possible that the pub will find itself in a situation where it has no choice but to approve the maximum hikes allowed under the new legislation in order for Hydro to meet these financial targets. Manitobans are struggling. We've heard that here tonight, time and time again. We hear it on the streets and we hear it everywhere, that high inflation and lagging wages in every sector of work in Manitoba. The last thing they need right now is significantly more expensive hydro bills. This legislation almost guarantees that as an outcome, even though we're hearing that's not the plan, as Minister Friesen noted earlier. The third point, the legislation would limit the ability of third-party interveners, such as the Consumers Association of Manitoba, the Manitoba Industrial Power Users Group, Indigenous organizations, and others to influence pub decisions. Oral hearings, as we've heard, even though within some constraints, I know I've been listening throughout the evening, they'll no longer be required in all cases, but we fear that this may result in key stakeholders losing the opportunity to question expert witnesses. It may result in a loss of evidence presented to the pub, as some individuals who are comfortable in providing oral testimony will feel less comfortable making a written submission. And another point, in addition to potentially reducing the quality and quantity of evidence presented to the pub, we worry about the loss of transparency in decision-making by moving to written submissions in place of oral hearings. Manitoba Hydro has a monopoly in Manitoba. Public support for hydro depends on the public's acceptance that rates are being set in a fair and transparent manner. Anything that undermines the transparency of the process will ultimately hurt the credibility of Manitoba Hydro. And this legislation removes Manitoba Hydro's monopoly on the retail sale of electricity. Private individuals and corporations will be allowed entry into the market, and the rules of how they do so have not yet been made. Those rules will be set by regulation, which requires far less public debate and results in far less public scrutiny. And this is a fundamental change to our existing system, which is really important. And we are heading down this path with limited legislated guidelines. So we have no sense what the impact will be on Manitoba Hydro or on Manitobans, or who's lined up to privately purchase or enter the market. And for all of these reasons, and on behalf of CUPE Manitoba, we ask that the government reverse course, respect the independence of the Public Utilities Board, to balance the competing interests of Manitobans, of Manitoba Hydro, and the government by withdrawing this legislation. Thanks so much. I look forward to questions.
Thank you, Ms. McKay, for your presentation. We'll roll right into questions. The Honourable Minister Friesen.
Thank you for your presentation. You indicated that a poll was saying that the vast majority of people would want an independent third party to set the rates in a fair and transparent process. So do we. So do we. It's exactly what the bill guarantees. And you said as well, the last thing people need is significantly higher power rates right now. We completely agree. And that is why this bill creates conditions to hold down the rates of power. I just want to ask you to comment on the provisions of the bill that hold down the rates of increase each and every year.
Ms. McKay.
Yeah, for sure. And we talked about, I know, not we, but folks have talked about earlier about rates. And we talked about, what that would look like. I know Mr. Sala did the same in talking about the percentage increases and what does that look like on the frontline worker, on the community member, et cetera. And yes, we recognize those rates, but we also have to recognize what's not moving along with that. So we might have, second lowest rates, but we're on the heels of wage freeze bills. We're on the heels of minimum wage workers not being able to make their hydro. We've heard that come through, whether we can pay our bills or whether we can eat. And all of those things come forward. And no matter what, even with those rates, what we're not seeing around us is inflation being targeted. We're not looking at bringing down inflation. We see other things going up. We see the prices of groceries and basic services going up. So even though that, we may have some control over that small amount, we don't have the language or the clarity here in this bill that actually says how and why. How do we move forward with that? What are the implications? Because there's no language in that place where we see strength around protecting those values. We don't know. It could open up. We could look at portion privatization, et cetera. So I do feel, even though the rates are at that point, the rates are there, but some of the wages are back 6 to 7 years without increases, right? 6 to 7 years, you go through winter months, those are huge percentages per month. So I'd have to say that the language needs to be clear, because it's not clear. And what that means is that the public doesn't have an opinion, and the public doesn't have an opportunity to comment or to challenge.
Continuing with questions, Mr. Sala.
Thank you so much, Ms. McKay, for your presentation. You spoke wonderfully. I just wanted to ask you, in your capacity as president of CUPE here in Manitoba, you obviously have an opportunity to connect with a lot of working families, a lot of working people in our province. Could you comment what you hear from your membership about Bill 36, what kind of concerns they have about this bill?
Ms. McKay.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. What we hear is it's fear. It's fear. We see people struggling. We see, harder conversations at bargaining tables, right? I've done lots of labor relations in my day as a young person, as well as, in the workplace. And we would never just sign off on a contract without clear language, right? And when we don't have that clear language, that's what we hear from members. That's what we hear from frontline workers. We're having a harder time making ends meet. The fear of, increases 5% have been, $1,500 a year up to even, I did some math while we were doing this tonight, up to $4,300 a year for some families. And what does that mean? That's more than a car payment. That's more than transit passes, and it's more and more access. Workers are struggling, and we hear that loud and clear. We're finally seeing some movement, but we have low percentage increases. And so, I don't want to get to a point where we have to look at, building stronger food banks and trying to create more public services to help meet those challenging pieces in workers' lives. And so from workers, what we're hearing is that we need this pulled back. There needs to be stronger language built in. And really, I know we only have the last 30 seconds, but the hands can't be tied of the Public Utilities Board. And I really do think that that's why we need a stop to this right away.
All right, thank you, Ms. McKay, for your presentation and for interacting with the committee on questions. We'll now move to the next presenter, which is Michelle Darman. Michelle Darman is not available online, so I will put that name to the bottom of the list. And continuing on, Jade DeFair. I'm told that Ms. DeFair is with us. I can see you on the screen there, so welcome to the committee room. You have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is Jade DeFair, and I am a third-year law student at McGill University. I'm based in both Montreal, or Tiohtià:ke, which is Kanien'kehá:ka, Huron-Wendat and Anishinaabe territory, and also Winnipeg, which is where I grew up all my life. It's also about midnight here. It's an hour later. So just wanted to mention that because I'm here also late, as all of us are, of course, but because of how much I really care about this bill not being passed. So yeah, I'm here to voice my strong opposition to Bill 36. I've seen many different people already talking online about their concerns with this bill, and these aren't people who are, part of any particular political group or anything like that. Just lots of concern from Manitobans right now. There's a few different things I'd like to touch on. One is I'm really concerned about how this bill will weaken transparency and decision-making about Manitoba Hydro. More specifically on this point, I'm worried that oral hearings will no longer be required by the PUB. We know that written hearings will limit public participation if that's the only option. There's many reasons, as the person before me also commented on. There's many reasons that people might not be able to write in their concerns. There can be different from the committee as well in response. And I think that's really clear by the fact that so many of us have shown up tonight to speak to the committee, even though we also have the option to write in, which of course some people need to do. But it shows how important it is to be here and to actually be engaged in hearing what other people have to say about it as well. Yeah, I'm concerned about the fact that just requiring the written aspect also can kind of silo our responses and again, not hear the questions back as well. I'm also wondering what the reason is for limiting those kinds of hearings that we have. And I think that just having it the same as other jurisdictions, I think is not, I guess, the reasoning that I would be looking for. And I'm curious what this says about how we actually value public participation and transparency. I'm also concerned about how this bill moves decision-making about Manitoba Hydro behind closed doors. And just to be clear, this would be a concern for me no matter which party is currently in power. This is a Crown corporation, and decisions affecting our hydro and natural gas shouldn't be happening by politicians behind closed doors, at least in the circumstances that the bill is permitting that to happen. And I realize that may not always be the case, but there's also no consultations that happened for this bill. And so I'm also just generally concerned about the entire process by which this bill is being passed. Section 10.1 also says that the board doesn't have the authority to determine or inquire into the validity of either a regulation or a directive or order made or issued under the Crown Corporation's Governance and Accountability Act or the Financial Administration Act. So that also just really concerns me in terms of the effects that this bill will have on limiting the PUB's ability to question and assess government regulations and policy. Bill 36, I think, also shows concerning government overreach into the PUB's ability to set electricity rates. So, for example, the cabinet will be able to change the rules for regulating gas rates. The PUB, I believe, needs to remain the independent and arm's length body that it is so that we can keep electricity rates affordable and have a say as Manitobans over Manitoba Hydro's rates as both a Crown corporation and essentially an electricity monopoly in our province. And also, as mentioned before, a survey commissioned by the Consumer Coalition in Manitoba found that more than 7 in 10 Manitobans want an independent commission or board to set energy rates. This bill weakens the independence of the PUB. It's not enough for the government to say that they also value an independent arm's length board to oversee Manitoba Hydro decisions. I think that we can point to, of course, different ways that a certain degree of transparency or independence is still being preserved here or there by the bill. But for the different reasons I've mentioned in this presentation and that people have been mentioning for hours this evening, the overall effect of this bill is still that it weakens public participation in decision-making about hydro and increases the government's control over the Public Utilities Board. So essentially that's kind of all I have to say. I just think if Manitoba, if we are one of the friendliest processes for public participation, and this is something that we all value, then I think we need to make sure we're actually keeping it that way and walking our talk. That's where I will leave my comments. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you, Ms. DeFer, for your presentation, and thanks especially for staying up even later than we are at a later hour than we're experiencing here in Winnipeg by coming to us all the way from Montreal after midnight. We'll now roll into questions. Honourable Minister Friesen.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. DeFer. You've been with us for a while this evening, you said, so you've already heard me responding to numerous presenters. Just to correct the record, our government is interested in a strong, independent PUB, one that does its work in a robust environment to hear the presentations of Manitobans. We have one of the best processes at the PUB of anywhere in North America. The most democratic, the most open. Nothing will change. The frequency of the meetings will. If something changes within those 3 years, then the process can be opened again. Low rates, stability at hydro. Just invite you to respond.
Ms. DeFer.
Thanks for the question. I don't see how you mentioned that the frequency of the meetings will change already. That's a significant change in my mind. And in terms of correcting the record that this is something that you value, I just think I've pointed out and others have pointed out how there are tangible changes in this bill, including the fact that oral hearings aren't required. It may be the case that the PUB will still generally continue to have oral hearings, but what's written down in in the law actually matters and is scary for people. So I think that deserves to be taken really seriously. And I think people are fair to be concerned about what's written down, even if we have a promise that the government still cares about the PUB's independence.
Further questions, Mr. Sala?
Thank you, Ms. DeFer, for your presentation. I just want to ask you, we've heard from the minister that this bill supports a strong independent PUB. Do you think that this bill supports a strong and independent PUB?
Ms. DeFer.
Thank you for the question. No, I don't think that the bill supports a strong and independent PUB. I think that the reason why so many people are here, and again, there's lots of different specific concerning aspects of the bill. The fact that it can, certain decisions now can be made behind closed doors, that oral hearings are no longer required, that that the PUB does not have the same kind of control over setting rates and can't take into consideration all the factors that they were before, I think all impede the independence of the PUB and the arm's length nature of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions here, so Ms. DeFer, you may now rest your eyes for the night. I appreciate once again that you were up extra late. Thanks very much for presenting. We'll now move to the next presenter. I will call for Jocelyn Lalonde. Jocelyn Lalonde is not online at the moment, so we'll move to Dale Friesen. Dale Friesen is also not online. We'll move to the next presenter, which is Matthew Scamell. Okay, it appears that Matthew Scamell is available online, so we'll just give things a minute here. Hopefully we can get him plugged into the room. All right, I'm seeing your camera come on up. So Mr. Matthew Scamell, welcome to the committee room. You can proceed with your presentation. You have up to 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay as well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I was getting an unstable kind of notification, so I'll just try to proceed. Anyways, yeah, I'm tired a little bit, not gonna lie. Not just from the day and kind of how late it is, but I've seen this kind of thing before from this government, and it's never good. I'm glad I got a last minute email from the committee clerks saying that we're almost running through, because I knew I was right at the end. But thought I would be presenting probably sometime next week. So it's good that I do have a chance to speak here. But essentially, I want to kind of talk about my opposition to this Bill 36. I think it's ill-advised and short-sighted for several reasons, most of which have already been discussed by the. I mean, I've only seen maybe 4 or 5 different presenters, but I'm sure they've been echoed time and time again. Number one that I want to talk about is PUB hearings, how much that they cost, and versus how much they actually end up saving consumers. I read the news, I kind of pay attention, so I've seen reports that there's been kind of mistakes made by the government, kind of in how much they've been saying that PUB hearings actually cost, where, they cost quite a bit less in terms of the numbers being cited. But in terms of like how much they end up saving consumers, I think it was Wendy Barker saying earlier that, 20 cents a month versus so it's like $2 a year versus $50 of savings. Like it's pretty big. And so I think it's important to have these Public Utilities Board hearings, not only in person and kind of in the similar format that they have been running for years now, but like keeping them going because they save consumers money, which obviously with inflation right now and all the other stuff going on, it's it's important to keep costs as low as possible for all Manitobans, and that's it's extremely important for low income peoples and people with disabilities and other barriers to employment. Myself, I have utilities incorporated into the rent, and so I don't see a fluctuation, which is, as I'm incredibly privileged to have that, and I'm honestly just lucky. But I wanted to come here and speak because it's that opportunity, and not everybody gets a chance. And sometimes you have to speak up for what you believe in, what's right. And so that's why I wanted to talk about those hearings and kind of how much money that they've saved. The next point is about Manitoba Hydro rate applications and how secretive they already are. Again, I read the news. I've seen them fighting with the Public Utilities Board to try to keep their books closed and their financial records, out of scrutiny from the Public Utilities Board. And so I would hope that you were trying to fix that kind of situation and obligate or mandate them to open that, be transparent financially with the regulatory body that's supposed to oversee all their decisions, especially the really big ones. And so I don't know how this bill is going to help that necessarily. I don't think cabinet should be taking that power away from the Public Utilities Board. To be honest, trust an arm's length, independent kind of oversight body much more than I trust the Treasury Board. I know whose best interest is in mind for the Public Utilities Board. It's consumers, it's ratepayers. They need to see evidence. They make calculations as a group, all that kind of stuff, and it's transparent. It's public. It's accountable, and so I think that's a great contrast to the way cabinet operates. I think you've got political ambitions, initiatives in mind, and I don't trust it. It's mostly behind closed doors, and so that's a real issue that I have with that aspect. I want rate setting bodies, obviously the Public Utilities Board, to remain public, transparent, and accountable. And so I'll kind of finish up on that Public Utilities Board kind of amendment part, but I did want to comment on some of the other aspects of the bill, as well on the Manitoba Hydro amendments in terms of the Manitoba Hydro Act being amended. And kind of in general, I suppose I would support some of those aspects that have been written in there. At least from what I've seen so far, it's maybe I just need to analyze it a bit more to see if there is some issues. But in general, I think solar electricity, wind farms are much more renewable and environmentally friendly, if I can use that word. I don't think the hydroelectricity is as clean and green as a lot of people are kind of just assuming that it is. I think it's a narrative that's been cultivated by Manitoba Hydro over many decades, and it does need to be challenged. So I think generation of other types of electricity need to come quickly. Manitoba Hydro doesn't seem very interested in that, and so I do kind of think it might be a good idea to allow other people to produce power as well. I know about Fisher River Cree Nation. I know they want to be producing their own power. I know a lot of other places want to produce solar or wind or whatever it may be, and get away from those kind of destructive legacies of Manitoba Hydro, especially in northern Manitoba, but also along the Winnipeg River down here and obviously Lake Winnipeg. So I would actually support a decoupling of, like, this bill shouldn't have all those different acts and all the amendments lumped in together. I would support decoupling those Manitoba Hydro Act amendments from the larger bill, from the Public Utilities Board amendments. I think it goes without saying that they kind of are two completely separate issues. Yes, the Public Utilities Board like oversees a lot of the stuff that Manitoba Hydro does, but I don't know how it's directly relevant and needs to be in the same bill and being considered at the same time. And so I would urge the committee and committee chair and whoever else to consider that and decouple those, because you might find some support on, the Manitoba Hydro Act stuff, whereas I don't know what the first couple dozen or however many people have spoken tonight we're talking about, but I haven't seen any support yet for your bill in general in terms of the Public Utilities Board amendments that you're trying to kind of push through here. So I don't know if that's something you can consider, but I would strongly encourage it. I suppose that's two different things I wanted to talk about tonight. So thank you for the time, and I'll go into questions now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scamell, for your presentation. We'll roll into questions. The Honourable Minister Friesen.
Thanks for your presentation. We've certainly heard other, very similar sounding and structured presentations this evening. You've also heard our responses to those things. What's missing in your presentation is a concern at all about how debt impacts the ability in future of us to maintain that low-rated advantage. I find it interesting that there's no reference to debt and the hidden cost by the former government who overspent the planned budget for these kiosk and bipolar projects. Do you have any comments about the previous government's actions to hide that from Manitobans?
Mr. Scamell.
I noticed a lack of announcement on the completion of kiosk. You accrued all this debt to have a huge project, and now it's completed and generating electricity. And so I would kind of turn that around and say that's, you have an asset. It's not just debt. It's going to be paying itself off. Like, what is that, a 50, 100-year lifespan for a project? And so I think you're asking the wrong questions here. You might be trying to spin it whatever way you want, but I don't agree with the premise of the question.
Continuing with questions, Mr. Sala.
Thank you, Mr. Scamell, for your presentation. It was fantastic. I don't have a question for you, but I do want to say that I do agree with your comments. And I especially agree about the need to look at diversifying our energy supply here in Manitoba, specifically at looking at opportunities to develop wind and solar. We unfortunately have not seen anywhere near the level of interest in that from this government as we need to have seen, unfortunately, but hopefully we will see that increased focus on diversifying our energy supply in the future, maybe when this government is shown the door. Thank you.
Any response to that, Mr. Scamell?
Could I ask a procedural question about the decoupling of the amendments, or is that not something being considered at this time?
No, unfortunately, the rules of the committee don't allow for that, and it does allow for members of the committee to make additional questions if they wish. Not seeing any additional. There's a question for Mr. Sala. Mr. Sala.
I just want to offer Mr. Scamell an opportunity to elaborate. I know he was looking to ask a question that's not permitted, but Mr. Scamell, if you do want to elaborate on the point you were hoping to elaborate on, please do.
Mr. Scamell.
Like it's like I've said before, and then Mr. Sala kind of reiterated, it's clean energy is going to be super important in the future, and like it already is right now. The energy we have is often touted as, you know, clean and green, and you know, deserving of no carbon tax in this province. And I think that's a mistake. It's got a dark, dirty legacy, and it really does need to be cleaned up. And so that's why we should be like really focusing on amendments to the Manitoba Hydro Act, but on its own, and not kind of tied in with the Public Utilities Board stuff. That's I've seen a lot more discussion on the issues that people see from the public with the Public Utilities Board amendments that are being considered here, and I share those concerns as well. You know, I'd even heard that there wasn't really any Indigenous consultation going on as well, and so I have serious concerns about what's happening. I think the amendments being offered for the Manitoba Hydro Act are potentially reasonable and whatever else, and we should have conversations about that, but I don't think it should necessarily come at the exact same time as very fraught discussions, and as the QP president said earlier, amidst fear about you know, overreach and prices going up kind of at a whim. And you know, I thought Conservatives are all about small government, and you seem to be taking more power to kind of dictate what bills will be for people's utilities. And so I find that very concerning.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scamell, and I'm not seeing further questions in committee, so I will thank you once again on behalf of this committee for your presentation and for staying up late with us tonight and for interacting with the questions from members. We'll go to our next presenter. I'll call Natalia Eliniak. Natalia Eliniak is not present. So that is now, I'm going to go back to the beginning of the list and call people for a second time to see if they're available to present. And so I will call Kate Kaler from the Social Planning Council of Winnipeg. I'm told Ms. Kaler is not in the room. I have I'll give the floor to Mr. Sala for a question.
That we adjourn till Tuesday so that the presenters who weren't able to be with us tonight do have a chance to speak to the bill. I think it's critical that they're given that opportunity. And from our conversations here, I understand that there are something like 20 plus people who've confirmed that they would like to have that opportunity and have made that clear that they want to be here on Tuesday to present.
So do I have to repeat the motion? So Mr. Sala has moved that the committee rise at this time and reconvene on Tuesday to allow all the presenters to present at that time. I believe that motion is in order. Floor is open for discussion. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I would like to see this committee continue with its commitment, and that is to sit until midnight and make decisions closer to the hour that we all agreed as committee members that we would sit until.
I believe this motion requires unanimous consent to proceed. It doesn't sound like that's... So I will ask one more time, I guess officially, I'll put the question, is there leave to adjourn this meeting at this time?
No.
I'm hearing a no, so then we will continue calling Mr. Sala on a point of order.
It's longstanding practice and tradition of committees of this House, especially committees that are charged with examination and consideration of legislation, that members of the public, any person from any place, can have the opportunity to make presentations to the committee. We know there are many, many people who want to have their voice heard, and if we do proceed with calling out their names, they will be eliminated from the list. I think that's unjust. Those folks should have the opportunity to participate. That's why we believe it would be wrong and against the practices and traditions of this committee and House to prevent Manitobans from being able to participate. Would like to call on this committee to allow these Manitobans to make a presentation and not deny them that very important opportunity, which they would be denied if their names are called and they are They're not able to be present tonight. So that is why I again request that you recognize the tradition of this committee, ensuring all Manitobans, especially those who've proactively and clearly expressed their desire to participate, to the staff of the Legislative Assembly here, that they be given the opportunity to present on the bill.
I'll invite members to respond to the point of order. The Honourable Minister.
With respect, I disagree with the member. We have in these proceedings arguably the most accessible conditions for Manitobans to avail themselves of the ability to speak to this committee. And today, these individuals had an additional benefit that's never been built to the process in Manitoba until COVID. And that is the ability to appear at these proceedings even virtually. These individuals registered their names for this committee. They knew the time and the date. They knew the duration of these proceedings, and we were happy to invite them because we believe in this process.
Okay. I don't mean to interrupt, Minister, but I think I've heard enough. I don't believe the member actually has a point of order. We've discussed the matter. We don't have consent. The rules say we were going to sit till midnight. So I'm just going to try to run the meeting according to the rules. And Mr. Sala, one more time.
I'd like to challenge the chair. I do believe that that this point of order is just. We do have a need. We do. Okay, go ahead.
Just give us a moment to deal with the logistics of the member's motion. Thank you. I thank the committee for their patience. So the ruling of the chair has been challenged. Shall the ruling be sustained?
Yes. Agreed.
All those in favor of sustaining the ruling, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed to sustaining the ruling, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the ayes have it. The ruling of the chair is sustained. A counted vote has been requested. All those in favor of sustaining the ruling, please raise their hands.
1, 2, 3.
All those opposed to sustaining the ruling, please raise their hands.
1, 2. Yeas 3, nays 2.
The ruling of the chair is sustained. We'll now continue with the calling of presenters. Wendy Land. Wendy Land is not available to present. Alexander Shikandri. Alexander Shikandri is not available. We will now move. I will call to point of order, Mr. Sala.
This bill is going to make the lives of Manitobans a lot harder. We spent a lot of time here tonight hearing from a lot of voices, and we've heard over and over again about the impacts that this bill is going to have and people's concerns about it. We need to offer Manitobans who've signed up, who've taken the time to bring their name forward to speak at this committee, the opportunity to do so. It's critical. This bill is incredibly important. It's going to have a massively negative impact on this province. We've heard countless presenters tonight speak about that. I know that the minister is, of course, not looking forward to hearing more presenters speak about their concerns with this bill. I'm sure it's been a very long night for him, and his colleagues here, and there's every desire to avoid hearing more Manitobans speak about their concerns, but they need to be given an opportunity to do so. And we're very reasonably asking that those Manitobans who signed up be given that chance to speak. It's a very reasonable request. I think there's no shortage of reasoning why that should be honored. We need to be giving Manitobans the opportunity to speak who signed up.
I thank the member for raising what he believes to be a point of order. I've already given a ruling. Whether I agree with his reasoning or not is not really relevant. The decision has been rendered. And as a chair, all I am trying to do is follow the rules of the committee, and that's my obligation, and that's what I'm attempting to do. We'll continue with the list. Honorable, Mr. Wesley.
I challenge the chair's ruling.
I didn't make a ruling.
You did. You dismissed.
I dismissed that. On the point of order. On the dismissing of the point of order? Yeah, very good. Thank you. The ruling of the chair has been challenged. Shall the ruling be sustained?
Agreed.
All those in favor of sustaining the ruling, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the ayes have it. The ruling of the chair is sustained. Mr. Wesley. Counted vote has been requested. All those in favor of sustaining the ruling, please raise their hand. The ruling of the chair is sustained. I will now call on Alexandra Shikandri. Mr. Sala with the motion.
I'd like to move a hoist motion to defer consideration of this aspect of Bill 36 to a later date, specifically next Tuesday, October 12th at 6 p.m., such that all Manitobans who wish to participate in this committee's work may be able to do so.
It has been moved by the member to move a hoist motion to defer consideration of this aspect of Bill 36 to a later date, specifically next Tuesday, October 12th at 6 p.m., such that all Manitobans who wish to participate in this committee's work may be able to do so. The floor is open for discussion. A hoist motion is not debatable. I'm just going to confer with the clerk about the rules. Thank you. I've received advice from the clerk that a hoist motion is debatable. The floor is open for discussion. The Honourable, no discussion. Mr. Sala.
So, it's incredibly important, as we've heard all night long from so many Manitobans, that this bill not pass. We've got 20-something individuals who've yet to have an opportunity to speak to this bill. We know that this bill is going to take away the role of the Public Utilities Board as it currently operates. It's going to result in significant increases in hydro rates for Manitobans.
Point of order, Honourable Minister Helwer.
This is a debate about the hoist motion, Mr. Chair. I do not hear that in the opponents, in the opposing members' discussion.
So I appreciate the member's advice. I will listen carefully to what the honourable member is saying and just remind him that he needs to keep his comments directed to the motion that's on the floor before us, and he can continue his contribution to this discussion. Thank you.
The motion that was put forward was to adjourn till Tuesday. That's incredibly relevant right now because we, of course, have all these folks that have yet to have an opportunity to speak. And so, for that reason, we should be delaying proceedings until Tuesday. And it's quite simple. The ask is simply that we again adjourn tonight. I understand why this is not something that this minister and this government want to hear. They're not looking forward to more presenters coming forward and offering the types of perspectives we've heard tonight. But this is a very clear reason here why we should be doing this, and I would hope that the members opposite here would understand why it's important that we give Manitobans the opportunity to speak to this bill. We need to think about the impacts of this legislation, as we've heard tonight from so many presenters.
Minister Helwer on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'd like to remind the members opposite to speak to the motion.
I thank the minister for his instruction on that matter, and I'll endeavor to listen more carefully to what the member is saying, and I'll invite him to continue to make his comments as he is prepared to do. I will also just take this moment to remind members that by leave of the committee, we can move through the list in a way that is not necessarily in the order that it's written. We've done that already a couple times tonight. So if the members do have someone on available who is ready to present, we can consider calling them. Mr. Sala.
It's a long-standing practice and tradition of this committee to allow Manitobans who sign up to be able to speak to legislation like this. Members of the public, any person from any place can have the opportunity to speak to this legislation, and it's clear that this government is trying to remove that opportunity from Manitobans. If you weren't, then it's simple. We can adjourn until Tuesday. Yeah. The concern here is that, and I'll speak to the chair. The concern here is, of course, is the purging of the list. So as we go through names and we risk losing presenters, if we do get to the end of the list, all of those individuals, their voices have been lost in this process. That's not right. That shouldn't be allowed to occur. This government is trying to take away that opportunity from those individuals. Well, call it whatever you want. It is what it is. It's clear that that is disingenuous and that the goal of this is to stop these individuals from having an opportunity to speak. We recognize why this hasn't been pleasant, again, for the minister. It's been a really long night for him, I would assume, like a very long night. And again, we're happy to go as long as it takes as well to ensure that these individuals have the opportunity to speak. But no, it's okay.
Okay. So we do have a motion before the committee. Yep, Mr. Wesley.
Thank you. I mean, the fundamental issue here is that there is obviously a huge public interest in this bill. In fact, since I've been elected, this has to be the most number of presenters that I've come across. And what's interesting and obviously uncomfortable for the government is that they seem to be overwhelmingly against this bill, and obviously they have categorically rejected the talking points of the minister. And so I think the government here is very uncomfortable about this, and they want this to go away. But I think as elected officials, we have a duty, a higher duty to the people of Manitoba. The information that we've been given is that there are potentially 26 other presenters that haven't had a chance to speak. Now, one of the drawbacks of this procedure, where we're stacking everything in a really compressed time period, is that some people, maybe they got young children, they can't wait online till 11:30. They can't be at our beck and call all night because they have family and other commitments. So given the length of the procedure, given the length of the wait for the witnesses, it's asking a lot of them to do what we do, but we're paid to be here, to be sitting looking at a computer screen for 6 hours, hoping upon hope that their name comes up. So if this government is serious and sincere, which all the evidence is to the contrary, that they actually want to hear from Manitobans, they would do their level best to accommodate Manitobans. And what I'm seeing here, which is absolutely concerning, is that by going through the rolls, we are purging the list. We do not know whether these people had to step offline because they had childcare commitments, or they had health issues, or they just couldn't stare into a screen for 6 hours looking into a void. We don't have an explanation for all that. And they may be very motivated, extremely motivated, and I suspect, given the presenters that we've had today, that they are motivated to have their say. And this government says that they want to hear them, and they want to have those people to have their say, but then turns around and tries to purge them off the list. And what we're hearing, which is very concerning about our rules, and I think we need to have a longer discussion about changing those rules, and I'm prepared to have it right now, is the fact that if their name is called, and we've already done it to 3 or 4 people, and they haven't responded because they may be sleeping or whatever, they now cannot make a presentation to this committee on Tuesday. And it's not like we're creating new work. Tuesday was set up for this, right? We're going to be back on Tuesday. We're all going to be here on Tuesday. Right. And we can start fresh and contact these 26 presenters, and maybe they will be able to present at a reasonable hour instead of midnight at 6 o'clock and be present. But this sort of gotcha mentality that we're seeing from the government of, well, you had your chance, we called you up at 11:35 p.m. and you weren't, right on the Zoom, and so too bad for you, is extremely problematic, because we know that's inherently unfair, right? We know that that isn't conducive of us trying to engage with Manitobans and give them a voice. What it appears to be is a government that's very scared, a government that is very insecure about this bill, a government that cannot defend itself and cannot defend its decisions, and is trying to hide from accountability. Because, let's be serious here. The government's being held to account tonight, and it is ugly. We're hearing what Manitobans are saying about this bill. It has been unanimous and forceful and convincing that this bill is not in the public interest of Manitobans, and we hear their concerns. So I suspect the government knows that the 26 further presentations are going to be very similar to the 20-odd so presentations that we've already heard. And it's for that reason they want to purge the list.
I'll just interrupt the member. Just receiving some advice from the clerk. that this motion is actually not in order. It's effectively an adjournment motion. Adjournment motions are not debatable. And so according to the rules, as I understand them and as the clerk advises me, I will do my best to follow the rules. That's what I'm here to do as the chairperson, and I'm trying to maintain order in the committee.
Mr. Chair?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you for your ruling, and thanks for the advice of the clerk on this matter. I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, the members have been reading a voice motion for the last probably 15 minutes. Is there agreement to have that additional time that has been struck now added to the record? And the reason for this would be to allow those individuals who that member has blocked right now from actually being recognized online and speaking to the motion to make sure that they still have their time. This would mean that we'd be moving the arise time that was agreed upon from 12 till 12:15.
Is there leave of the committee to sit? Is there leave from the committee to allow for presentations to continue to be made till the hour of 12:15? I hear a no. The motion is denied. So I will continue with calling for, the honorable member for Fort Garry on a motion.
I mean, one of the things that we could do with leave of this committee is to agree not to purge the list and allow every single individual who hasn't been able to present today to present on Tuesday. That would alleviate our concerns, and we can proceed on that basis.
So the motion, as I understand it, it's actually a leave request, not a motion. The leave request that the member is putting forward is there permission from the committee to move through the names that are on the list to see if anybody's still available to present this evening, but not to strike the names that are on the list and to have them called once more prior to adjournment of this or the conclusion of this committee, whether that be tonight or on Tuesday. Is there agreement? This is a leave request. Yes, Honorable Minister Friesen.
The members of this committee agreed to rules. And even tonight, I've heard the member for Fort Garry arguing rules that his own House leader signed. All parties of the legislature were amenable to the idea, the practice of a 6-hour committee. I find it ironic that this member is trying to adjourn a committee when we believe that there are still people in the public who are waiting to have their say on this bill while time continues, still within the agreed upon time until midnight. So I don't support a motion to adjourn early. The rules of this legislature include the calling of these names once and twice, and we should do so and follow our own rules.
So I'm going to put the question on the leave request to the committee. Is there leave to call the names that are appearing on the list and to not strike them off as we go through the list? Is there leave?
No.
I hear a no. The leave is denied.
Following the rules.
Point of order, Mr. Sala, on a point of order.
Are all hoist motions inadmissible at this committee?
So the advice that I'm receiving is that hoist motions do not apply at standing committees. So that's the best information that I have before me. Mr. Sala on a motion.
I'd like to move a motion of censure against the chair as we've failed so far to defer consideration of this aspect of Bill 36 to a later date, specifically next Tuesday, October 12th at 6 p.m., such that all Manitobans who wish to participate in this committee's work may do so.
I'd like to thank the member for moving that motion. Unfortunately, I have to rule it out of order. I'm advised that only the House is in a position to censure chair of a committee. We will now continue with the matters. Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Bulow.
We're challenging the ruling.
One moment, please. So the ruling of the chair has been challenged. Shall the ruling be sustained? All those in favor of sustaining the ruling, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed to sustaining the ruling, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The ruling of the chair is sustained. Mr. Bulow?
We're seeking a count.
A counted vote has been requested. All those in favor of sustaining the ruling, please raise their hands.
1, 2, 3.
All those opposed to the ruling, please raise their hands.
1, 2. Yeas 3, nays 2.
The ruling of the chair is sustained. We will now continue with the Mr. Sala on a motion.
I would like to move a motion of reasoned amendment to the principle of Bill 36 insofar as it violates Manitobans' democratic rights to participate in the rate setting process in Manitoba.
I thank the member for that. Amendments to the bill can only be raised during clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, not during presentations. We're in presentations at the moment. So unfortunately, that motion is out of order. Mr. Sala. The ruling of the chair has been challenged. All those in favor of sustaining the rule of the chair, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed to sustaining the ruling of the chair, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the ayes have it. The ruling of the chair has been sustained. Mr. Bulow?
A count, please.
A counted vote has been requested. All those in favor of sustaining the ruling, please raise their hands.
1, 2, 3.
All those opposed to sustaining the ruling, please raise their hands.
1, 2. Yeas 3, nays 2.
Ruling of the chair is sustained. We'll now continue with the business of the committee and calling presenters. I believe I attempted to call, but I did not get confirmation. I'm on Frida. Sorry, I believe I called Alexandra Shikandri.
No, we don't have her.
And that Alexandra Shikandri, I'm told, is not available. I will now call Frida Spencer. I'm told that Frida Spencer is not available. I will now call Ryan Biddulph. I'm told Ryan Biddulph is not available. I will now call Elizabeth Hamilton. I'm told that Elizabeth Hamilton is available. And so I'm just going to remind the committee as we hopefully are able to get Elizabeth Hamilton to join us. I'm going to mention to the committee that we are approaching midnight and per our rules, a standing committee meeting to consider a bill must not sit past midnight to hear public presentations. I know maybe a little bit unusual, but I'm going to make a leave request as a chair to the committee. Is there leave to allow, it's Elizabeth Hamilton, right? Is there leave to allow Elizabeth Hamilton to make her full presentation and to allow for the question period that normally ensues to conclude before we rise?
to discuss, Mr. Chair?
Quick discussion. The Honourable Minister Friesen.
So I'm just looking for a clarification of the opposition members who have spent 30 minutes trying to adjourn this committee early, breaking the rules, and now the same members are looking for an extension of the committee. Could they explain?
A leave request is not something that should be debated. So is there leave? I believe I heard from the committee that there was leave.
Oh, yes.
So we will now hear from Elizabeth Hamilton. So happy to see your smiling face, or maybe not smiling because of the very late hour, but we are very glad to see you and we look forward to your presentation. You can proceed whenever you want and you have a full 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can I just clarify? Okay, so I do have a full 10 minutes, and then am I the final speaker for this evening? We're going to adjourn after I speak.
If you use the full time, my understanding is that you'll be the final speaker for this evening, and that the committee will need to reconvene to consider other business, and at that time, or consider the remainder of their business, and at that time, all the other presenters will be able to present, and any other presenters can also register in addition to the ones already registered.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I appreciate you listening and sharing this space with me today. I appreciate so much the ability to participate in public discussion in democratic person, and for my voice to knowingly be heard. It is very meaningful to me that I know that I have your attention, that I know that my message is heard. And I want to share some concerns about the way that this hearing has been handled tonight, that also pertains to my concerns about the way that the changes to the Public Utility Board impact access to Manitobans to different processes. So tonight, the idea that we should just let all the people who couldn't make it, or who, like myself, were expecting to speak on Tuesday, that was the information that I received from the clerk. I understand it's information based on typical practice. It's reasonable to tell me you'll probably be speaking the next day, and that we wouldn't get through everybody. So I was not expecting to speak right now. That's not the information I had, nor did I know or know to expect that we would go until midnight. So this was not an expectation I had. So the argument that this proceeding has been accessible to Manitobans, I find that does not hold water. Okay, that's not the information I was given. I did not know that this was going to be an expectation of my commitment to speak tonight. This idea and this argument that this has been accessible, so we've heard enough, we don't need to hear from the people, I find that unacceptable as an argument, because it's very dismissive of people who have put in the effort to want to speak and to make arguments and to have your attention. And it's very important that Manitobans and citizens of any democracy have the ear of our politicians. So to see that being dismissed, I find unacceptable. This speaks also to my concerns about the Public Utilities Board and the reduction in consultation and in the public's ability to speak and be heard on those matters. I'll also point out that this idea that this meeting system is accessible fails to acknowledge and understand and plan for the diversity of Manitobans' lives, okay? This kind of meeting is accessible for some people, even for most people, but not for all people. And I'm not seeing that recognized in some of the arguments that I'm hearing about the proceedings of our meeting. So since the meeting proceedings are being argued in this way, that does not inspire confidence to me in our current government's ability to navigate the changes in the Public Utilities Board, because the changes I see being recommended in Bill 36 in the Public Utilities Board decrease access. In a similar way that I'm seeing this attitude, cavalierness towards decreasing access of Manitobans to speak at this utilities meeting. So basically, the way that this meeting is being handled really makes my point for me that I do not trust the government to intervene in making decisions about public utilities for Manitobans, the same way you're making decisions about this meeting tonight. My main point that I want to speak to tonight is that utilities are important. What we are talking about here is the way people access their needs. We're talking about heating in homes, the ability to cook, light, like literal things that we need in our day-to-day life in the way that our society is set up. That is what we're talking about. So for people who can afford that easily, these things are easily taken for granted and are not a big deal. My main concern about the changes recommended to the Public Utilities Board in Bill 36 is that it affects potentially very significantly the access of low-income people and marginalized people to utilities, which are, let me emphasize, the way they meet their needs. It's my opinion that as citizens, as fellow humans, as members of our community, as Manitoba and various communities, that we should not be prioritizing profit when needs are at stake. I think that is really, really the wrong way to go, to prioritize profit and access to profit over the needs of the people. And I see this attitude present in Bill 36 because it allows for changes to be made in rates, for changes to be made in process without input or representation from marginalized people and low-income people and the organizations that represent them. I'm just going to scroll through my notes here to get to my next argument. I'll also mention, so I was reading that one of the changes is to remove public hearings for changes to utilities and decisions, and I think that is not good enough. And there's several reasons for that. One is, as I was describing about my speaking to the committee tonight, I know who is present, I know who is hearing me. There is significance in that. There is clearer, better communication. The written word, excellent tool, not for everyone. That's not an effective way for everyone who wishes to communicate. So we are decreasing access in a few ways there, which I find unacceptable. I'm going to scroll through my notes again. Another thing I wanted to mention is that I know that Manitobans think that there should be public input in this process. This is what polling has indicated. And I think that, the wisdom of those people should be respected because we are democratic people. Okay, I'm just scrolling through here. Please forgive me because I really thought I had until Tuesday to organize my notes. So please have compassion for my note organization here. I'm also concerned about this issue about the changes to the Public Utility Board in Bill 36, changing the way that electricity can be sold and that it can be sold by a third party that is not Manitoba Hydro. Now, this is something that I see to potentially be harmful again to the most vulnerable because oftentimes it is the marginalized people in our communities who don't have regular, quote unquote, normal access to things. So they are people who tend to end up needing to access services and needs in an unusual way. So I'm concerned that that they are people who would need to access something in an unusual way and maybe could be affected there. How I think this should work is that all individuals and all communities should receive utilities at an affordable rate because, to emphasize again, utilities are things people need to meet their basic needs. So I think that the needs of all people should be prioritized and the affordability and sustainability of the way we meet those needs should be prioritized. And we're seeing in Bill 36 changes that decrease access and decrease public input. And I am looking for more notes. I'm concerned that this idea of changing how electricity is sold is not being considered publicly or debated more. That feels like a real red flag to me. The utilities, I believe, just should be absolutely public because there are things that the public needs to meet their needs. And those should not be decided behind closed doors, susceptible to change without public input. That is, I think, the wrong way to go. I'm really not comfortable with this working out the details later approach of the third-party sellers of hydro. Another point I wanted to speak to was the environmental issues. that connects with Bill 36. So I understand that there's some wording around a certain size of projects needing to undergo serious environmental assessment, and that there is no clear definition of that size of project. Well, it's my opinion that all projects should undergo environmental assessment, and that an independent third party should be involved in deciding what degree of environmental assessment should be involved. So I do not think it's appropriate to allow a loophole wherein there is no scrutiny, there is no outside input into what needs to be assessed. That to me is still very alarming, because when profit is put over the needs of the people, when profit is valued and weighed over the harm that is potential, we get a lot of problems that harm a lot of people. My concern is harm. It is the caring for the people of Manitoba, for our land, and for our future. I am happy with what I have said so far, and I welcome any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Hamilton, for your presentation. It is after midnight, but as previously agreed, we have leave to continue through a 5-minute question period with you. And so we're going to proceed to that now. We'll give the floor to the Honourable Minister Friesen.
Ms. Hamilton, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for hanging in there as long as you did. My comment is not one on content, it's on process. Members of this committee on that side spent 30 minutes tonight trying to block your ability to have your say at this committee, and I was pleased to see that they finally relented in their efforts and gave you the opportunity to have your say here. Thank you for waiting as long as you did while their wrangling went on. I feel like they owe you an apology. I hope they'll give it.
Ms. Hamilton, if you wish, you can respond to that comment.
Sure. Am I speaking to Minister Friesen? Is that who asked?
Sorry, your mic is a little muffled, so it's sometimes difficult to hear what you were saying. Could you just repeat that for the committee?
Sure. Can you just clarify for me who just asked?
That was the Minister Friesen, Minister of Finance, and the Minister responsible for Manitoba Hydro who asked, or who made those comments. Oh, and sorry, I need to recognize you before you can speak. Ms. Hamilton, please start over. There we go.
Thank you. Minister Friesen, great. Thank you for your kind words. And I will clarify that my criticism of the handling of this evening, and when I am speaking about arguments that were made that this is a very accessible thing and that we should, move on without the people being heard, those are things that I heard you say.
Okay, further questions, Mr. Sala?
Yeah, I want to thank you, Ms. Hamilton, for your presentation this evening. Thanks for staying with us so late. I hope you recognize that tonight we as the opposition were working to try to ensure that all speakers are given an opportunity. And that is really important, and I think you can understand why that's important. We appreciate that. I have a question for you, which is you mentioned about the concerns about the expectations that you would stay here this late to present. Can you just share a little bit about what you were told to expect in terms of the time that you would be speaking at? Just comment on that.
Ms. Hamilton.
Thank you. Thanks for addressing me. Certainly, I received an email from the clerk's office saying that the meeting would begin at 6 p.m. There was no end time indicated. I did not assume midnight because that's way beyond what I think is reasonable. I usually go to bed at 9:30. I am a gigging musician, so tonight I happen to be out. And I had checked with the clerk because I knew that I was working tonight and wouldn't be able to make a 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock even meeting. And she had said it's very likely you'll get moved to Tuesday because we're likely to spill into Tuesday. So that's what I was expecting. And it is luck that I am here. And it feels so important to me that I was here because I got to say my piece and now we'll be able to move over onto Tuesday. And it feels unacceptable to me that the plan was not to move over onto Tuesday and to hear the people who a democratic process requires us to hear.
All right, thank you. I'm not hearing any further questions, so I just once again, I think on behalf of the entire committee, I believe I can express that we are all very glad that you were able to join us this evening and that we could hear your presentation and also hear some of your answers to questions from members of the committee. And so once again, I thank you so much for your attendance. The hour is now midnight. What is the will of the committee? Committee rise.